record my support for this bill, and of course, I wish the authority well in their endeavors. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Way, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I would not contribute to this bill, as we have one of the biggest projects in my constituency being funded by the CBI program, which is the Marina, Mr. Speaker. A project that the people of the North has been waiting for over 60 years. And finally, it has come through funding under the CBI. So thank God for the CBI, Mr. Speaker. We're very grateful in the north of Dominica for the CBI. But what is hurting, listening to Senator Paris, being part of the Workers' Party, who took the government to court to stop the CBI, now is pretending to be so concerned of government's commitment to implement or to stick to the agreement that we are attempting to pass in this house. I think that's shameful for a young man to be switching from sides to sides. As Blackburn said, he's educated, so he should know better than that. But Mr. Speaker, Honorable Henderson was very articulate in summarizing the bill. He gave the evolution of the bill, so I won't get into that. But I want to stand to lend my support because it's important to note the transformational projects that the CBI program is funding currently. We can just, in interest of time, we just look at tourism. We're speaking about the cable car, which is funded through the CBI program in Arosa Valley, Dr. Mapp. Currently, we have a lot of persons working for handsome salaries. Guys are doing well. NEP is crunching for guys now to work in the valley because they are employed on the cable car, drawing some good monies and doing well for their families and for their livelihoods. Upon completion, Mr. Speaker, there'll be a state-of-the-art cable car, which will translate into increase in tourist arrivals, and of course, we're going to get more monies in our pocket because the farmers and the Airbnbs and the car renters will benefit. The international airport. We've been waiting for this maybe for the past 75 years. Finally has arrived through the kind support and financing of the CBI program. So the government efforts to sign an agreement and to have a bill to ensure that we implement standards to safeguard the future of the CBI should be supported fully by both sides of the house. Because when you hear them speak, they're not saying that they're going to get rid of it, you know. They're saying they'll tighten it. But that's what we are doing now. So we are expecting that we'll get full support from them. But it's just sad of the message I heard a while ago, so I had to respond. Mr. Speaker, investment in tourism for the CBI program is direct or indirect investment in the agricultural sector. Every dollar spent in tourism, 40% goes in the farmer's pocket. So I'm happy as Minister for Agriculture that the CBI is providing these kind of resources to invest in hotels. We're going to have more bed nights, more arrivals, farmers need to plant more, and more monies will be in the farmer's pocket. So all investment that is being made on island through the CBI is not just for the persons that are agents, it's also for the persons that are investing in the service sector, such as farming in the Commonwealth of Dominica. So, Mr. Speaker, I will stand here briefly to lend my support because I would not sleep well if I did not do so, because I'm not an ungrateful child. I was brought up properly, having $105 million project in my constituency. I had to lend support to this agreement and this bill, Mr. Speaker. So with these few words, I want to just register my support and thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you can move. So are you comfortable where you are or you want to move where? No, you could move if you want to switch. Okay, good. Proceed. You are recognized, Honorable Defoe. It's on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise to give my support to the bill before us, the Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority. My colleague next door, the member for Cottage, say to be remiss of him, but I wouldn't use the word remiss, I would be malhonnête. But I withdraw, Mr. Speaker. I will not translate, but I will withdraw it. Yeah. Yes, no, I not withdraw it. Because, Mr. Speaker, why? Because the CBI has been, and I'm speaking from on behalf of the P7 constituency. I will not expand to the technical aspects of the bill, which has already been articulated by Dr. Henderson, a member from Grand Bay, and other members. So the bill was circulated before, and so all of us should have had at least a grasp of the various components of the bill. It is 5 parts, so it is really not much to read. But I just want to say, Speaker, the P7 constituency has benefited tremendously from the Citizenship by Investment program. And as a matter of fact, it is where the housing revolution began using the funds from the Citizenship by Investment program. And after the passage of Tropical Storm Erika, the entire community of Petit Savan was relocated to Belleville, which they started occupying their homes in 2019. But before that, we constructed a mammoth over 350 units, 53 or 54 somewhere to be exact, both in duplex style buildings and single households. So this is a tremendous amount of resources that was spent solely raised by the Citizenship Investment Program. And furthermore, to the relocation of the residents from Petit Savan, Mr. Speaker, the Petit Savan constituency also is benefiting tremendously from another humongous housing project which is happening in Center Grand Bay, where the honorable member from Roseau has indicated that over 90 units, housing units, resilient, 2 and 3 bedroom houses are being built. And it's not only these houses, Mr. Speaker, but we are building an entire community, a new fire station, Mr. Speaker, a community center, even a brand new church, and an extension or an addition to the existing police station of our quarters. But Mr. Speaker, I just heard the member from Grand Bay say, all is not mine. I know all is not mine, but a significant amount is mine, Mr. Speaker. So this is why I'm speaking, because we have relocated post-tropical storm Erika, we located the entire community of Dubic again, which was located in a very vulnerable area, and moved them into Center Grand Bay, first having the Petro Casas. Post-Hurricane Maria, we, a very caring government, determined that these people, you try things, and when we saw the Petro Casa, they didn't fare out as well as we wanted to, and then we decided, using CBI's funds, to again, for a second time, totally replace each and every individual house to this individual. And we've got on our side and the weather and other logistical matters. We are hoping that by December, and we are really keeping our fingers crossed that these residents from Dubic can return into these brand new homes which are being built for them. In addition, Mr. Speaker, in the community of Bagatelle, we have a brand new state-of-the-art health center, again built under the Citizenship by Investment program. As we know, on a monthly basis, the NEP, as we know, the cleanup and beautification and other aspects of the NEP are largely being supported by revenues from the Citizenship by Investment program. And I want to say, from the breadth of my constituency, from Bellevue to Pont Saint-Jean, even in the original Petite Savane, we have still maintained significant crews which upkeep the communities, and they are one of the best crews known to the island. As we speak, every year we take them, we are cleaning up the city. We have moved them together with our sisters from Grand Bay, and they are doing a brilliant job, Mr. Speaker. So there are many elements in which individual daily lives, apart from infrastructure, are being touched by revenue that comes from the citizenship by investment program. And if we even go a little further back, I mean, the school just opened in September. The school books, the uniforms, a lot of these type of programs, yes, we care, are being supported by the citizenship by investment program. So as I said, Mr. Speaker, I just thought, I would not be a malhonnête. And this time I will explain. Malhonnête that being ungrateful for me not to stand and give a support to the program. Because when you look at what is happening there, and I want to address very last the aspect of the will from the government. It takes to me tremendous will and political will for the government of Dominica to agree to come together with its comrades from the OECS to create one regulatory body. Because the reason why I say so, Mr. Speaker, the program of Dominica is doing very well. And based on statistics, I had my brother from the Collio constituency that the only other program that perhaps has more applications being processed is the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. The reason why I say that is because we could have easily looked at it from the point of view of competition, Mr. Speaker. And Agribus, Grenada, all in all the business, check all this in, we are ahead. But no, we decided we will use our collective experience to come together to help each other so that we will all be safe. And also the member from Coliho mentioned that all of this has been done with the inclusion, the inputs of the major areas where many people on the opposite side, or on the opposite side may not be in the house, but also on the outside, are wishing that these people will come down on us. So they want to use them as a de facto hand. But what they do not know is these people are putting critical input into what we are doing today. And these are namely the United States and the European Union, and the UK now is on its own since it is now out of the EU. These people are tremendously helping us to shape the program so that we can use it for generations to come. And when I say generations to come, because what we are doing now, Mr. Speaker, is not the end. Because at every home giving ceremony, you hear the member from Roseau say, wait, your time is coming. So if your time is coming, that means the goose that lay in the golden egg have to stay alive. And for us, it is the Citizenship by Investment Program, Mr. Speaker. So we have to do what we have to do to keep it alive so that other people waiting in Bagatelle, in Pichelaine, in other parts of the constituency, I know they say I get a lot already, but I still want more because there are people who have not been touched. And our time will come, but our time can only come if the program survives, Mr. Speaker. And that is what I want to share. I will be with my colleague, I will be brief, and to once again say that I support the initiative taken by the government of Dominica to establish a regulatory authority in collaboration with its sister islands of the OECS. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it would definitely be remiss of me if I did not stand and make some contribution to this particular piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, much has been said. All of it on this side of the House, I would suggest in a positive frame. The fact of the matter is, and I think it need not be overcomplicated, is that we all know that the Citizenship by Investment Program has been in existence in Dominica, and indeed some of the other jurisdictions, for a number of years. I think the first program was St. Kitts, maybe in about 1991 or thereabouts, or 83, I'm told, and ours in 1993. From the records that I've seen, it appears that there were discussions from as early as 1991, and I'm speaking here of the infamous Grace Tongue project. But the agreement that I just recognized, documents I looked at recently, for that was around 1993. Mr. Speaker, throughout most of the period that the Citizenship by Investment program has existed, whether it's under the original title of Economic Citizenship Program, or whether it's under the subsequent UWP supposed re-engineered program, there was no legislative provision under which the program was being operated. The first legislative provision that I'm aware of was introduced by this government, and it is the CBI regulations. The initial was, I think, number 43 of 2013 or thereabout. I think it's 2013. It was subsequently amended and revoked, actually, by 37 of 2014. And thereafter, there have been a number of amendments to those regulations. Mr. Speaker, I say that to say that it is perhaps rich for those who did nothing to seek to regulate the program, to seek to criticize the efforts of this government to ensure that there is a regulated framework and program in existence. And this current piece of legislation and the amendment that the agreement that it brings into effect, or will bring into effect, is a further step in the direction of ensuring that the program operates under regulation. And indeed, this is, I would suggest, a significant piece of legislation and a significant agreement. To bring the 5 jurisdictions with programs together to have an agreed document, an agreement with 99 articles. So it is a substantial piece of work. And it's all well and good to stand up and ask all sorts of questions. I mean, I could ask, is the sun going to shine tomorrow? And is there going to be rain tomorrow? What color clouds are we going to have? But, Mr. Speaker, all of those questions, there are geographic and other sources of information that could give an indication and indeed perhaps answer the question. And many of the questions that were posed in this House, Mr. Speaker, are actually answered in the document if those who ask the question choose to read it. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want to just say that, for example, in terms of the regulatory authority, the actual drafting of this was, I should, driven in effect or under the oversight of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. As the Honorable Prime Minister in his contribution made clear, the consultation and the exposure was pretty wide. Indeed, they brought together different entities, different interests. In any agreement, especially agreement of different countries, different sovereign nations, you're not going to get everything that you want. That's just the nature of dealing at that level. Maybe in the playground, if the bat is yours and the ball is yours, or which one of them is yours, you can probably insist that the game will stop if you don't get what you want because you walk away with your bat or your ball. But in the international arena and in the arena of adult arrangements, there has to be give and take. And everybody has to understand that at the end of the day, you have to have a clear understanding of what your bottom line is. What is important to you? What are the most important things that you want to achieve, that you want to see in the document? And once they are there, there's some of the lesser things that you may call frills that you can allow to pass on as part of the arrangement. And in this agreement, Mr. Speaker, it is structured in a way that makes clear that there is a council, which is the preeminent body or group in there, which is a council of ministers. So each of the jurisdictions will have the authority, will decide, and in this instance, the way it's structured, it will be the minister with responsibility for the citizenship or investment, who will be a member of the council. That is the driving body of the regulatory authority. You have a board of directors, which again, each jurisdiction will have its input into determining how that works in terms of who ends up on that. And then you have the provisions that deal with somebody to be a director has to be a fit and proper person. And what that entails is set out quite clearly in the legislation. And we have to remember that the reality is that our citizenship by investment program, like that of our sister countries, is operating in an international world where there are many international bodies as well as other countries that are looking closely at the programs. So it's not something that you can just go off and do what you want willy-nilly. This regulatory framework allows everybody to know exactly what the playing field is and what level we're operating under. It sets out clear provisions for due diligence. It sets out clear provisions for oversight, involvement of impacts, JRCC and others. And Mr. Speaker, whilst nothing is perfect, and I'm sure this isn't perfect, but it is a very good effort, I suggest, to establish a regulatory framework which will operate in the interest of all of us, will allow us to be seen by those outside who are looking in on at our program as a serious enterprise, and will be able to measure against the legislation and the agreement the actions or inactions of all of us who are involved. That is the particular states, but also the players, the agents, and so on and so forth. And that's an important factor, Mr. Speaker. The agents will have to be licensed. They're going to have to apply and comply with all of the rules and regulations. And Lord knows, Mr. Speaker, that's an area that needs some serious attention. I speak as someone who has been involved in the program for some time, and certainly in its prior forms. The Honourable Member for Granby talked about interviews being conducted abroad. I have been involved in the conduct of interviews in a number of countries in Europe and beyond. And of course, at that time, it could be done. But the numbers that are involved now, that cannot be done in that way, at least not for all. There may be individuals that may happen for. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, this, as I speak of that, this piece of legislation will be very helpful and will I suggest, minimize. It won't eliminate it, Mr. Speaker, because we know some of our fellow citizens will manufacture problems where they don't exist. But I just almost, I guess a little bit by way of a joke, at least I took it as. I remember when I was being involved in interviews, I remember being out of state. I was actually in Dubai at the time, and listening to a particular radio station, and hearing a caller calling in to the station, to the host, whose name I shan't call at the moment, but you can probably, and I'll probably mimic it. So the caller called in, X, I just saw the AG leaving with a suitcase of passports going to. But Mr. Speaker, that's the type of thing that happens. The AG doesn't see passports except his own. So, the idea, but these are the myths that go around, that people had passports and suitcases going here and there and everywhere. The passports, as far as I know, are held by the Immigration Department, or at least they know wherever they are. And as far as I'm aware, people get passports when they follow whatever the process is, which is, again, another factor in all of the myths and stuff that goes on around the whole CBI program. Is people claim that people are buying passports. Well, no applicant for citizenship under the CBI program can pay money to the Immigration Department to get citizenship. What people do is they apply for citizenship, they go through whatever the hoops are, they make whatever the investment contribution is, they then, if they are successful, are granted citizenship, where once they have citizenship, like every other person who has citizenship, they are entitled to apply for a passport. And they apply for a passport, but it is a separate and distinct process from the citizenship. If you apply for citizenship under the program and you are refused, you're denied, you don't get it, you cannot get a Dominican passport. You can only get a Dominican passport if you have applied under the program. If you have applied for citizenship and you're successful, and then you apply for your passport, and you pay whatever it is, the 150 or whatever it is everybody else pays, or 200 or whatever the amount is that is set up in the agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, I think those simple things are important that the populace understands, because there are a lot of myths out there. And I just finally will say, Mr. Speaker, that this citizenship by investment regulatory authority will, I would want to believe, go a long way to ensuring that the CBI program in Dominica, as well as in the other jurisdictions with the programs, it becomes even more strengthened by way of its integrity and its transparency, because there are requirements for publication of reports, annual reports, financial reports, etc., etc. And all of those are publications that will be available to the public. So, Mr. Speaker, I have no hesitation whatsoever in giving my full support to this important piece of legislation.
Yes, Honorable Dr. McIntyre, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to give my full support to this bill, the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Act 2025. Mr. Speaker, my constituency in particular and the rest of Dominica have all been benefiting from programs, projects under the financed by the CBI program. So for instance, if you were to go to the Rosa Valley, unemployment is a thing of the past. Everyone is engaged either in the cable car project or the geothermal project. And that with the geothermal project, because in the initial stages, quite a bit of the funding was from the CBI program. So that in itself tells you how it has alleviated the situation in terms of people's socioeconomic status in the Rosa Valley. Mr. Speaker, let alone this, we've also benefited from the housing part as well, and we still very soon will be the recipients of houses in Trafalgar. We will have a very nice opening ceremony, and all that is funds from the CBI program as well. But if you were to look at it, this is our main source of non-tax revenue. This is the finance that is driving our resilience and our sustainability. So we have two pillars, Mr. Speaker. We have resilience and sustainability, which is driving the second pillar, which is growth and development. So you can see the importance of the CBI program in having these two pillars interconnected and the whole development of the country. So anything that would jeopardize the CBI program would obviously disenfranchise the citizens of this country. So all the housing programs, our tourism product, our international airport, our marina, and all these things that have been mentioned before, all funded by the CBI program, all for our growth and our development of the country on a whole. So for us strengthening the CBI program, in terms of our due diligence and the measures that Honorable Henderson mentioned earlier, that you refuse one place, then you automatically refuse in the other part. And it's not just a Dominica thing, Mr. Speaker. We have to recognize that this is a regional thing. It's an OECS thing, not Dominica alone doing it. Everyone in the OECS is part of it. So it's not like something that wouldn't affect others. Granted, it affects us, but it makes it more foolproof, which is what we want to attempt, to make it foolproof that it can remain and for it to be able to finance our growth and development. So to me, everyone should want to support such a bill. I just cannot imagine anyone not supporting a bill. Now, we have to be positive in our approach, Mr. Speaker. It's just like saying that someone might say, well, I'm not going to exercise and adjust my diet because I'm not too sure if I'll be able to keep it, I'll be able to maintain it. That's a very pessimistic approach to life. Or someone might say, you know, well, an athlete saying, well, I'm not going to train because I don't think I can defeat the other team. You're a sportsman, Mr. Speaker, you understand that? So we cannot have that pessimistic and negative approach to life. One of the greatest poets in the region, that is Bob Marley, said we just cannot live that negative way. We have to make way for the positive day. So all of us should go and listen to Rastaman Vibration later tonight. Please, just go and listen to Rastaman Vibration, that particular song, and it explains it very, very clearly. So to come with this pessimistic view of life And then this is the people who want to be leaders. This is just not the approach to leadership. This is not the approach to governance. And the people of Dominica will repeatedly put the Labour Party government in power because of our positive approach to governance and leadership. So, Mr. Speaker, and we have to be, that's the pragmatism of the Dominica Labour Party, Mr. Speaker. It's not totally about perfection. It's progress, Mr. Speaker. You have to make progress rather than to kill yourself on perfection, perfection, perfection. Every little progress you make, it adds up. And that is the pragmatism of this government. We try something, we make some progress. We make some progress. Eventually, we will get there. So this is a bill that I think every Dominican would be happy about. Every Dominican will support this bill. This is our future. We are doing so many great things. Let us just keep the goose that's laying the golden egg, as you said. So let us all support this. I just cannot imagine anybody not supporting this bill. I just cannot imagine it, Mr. Speaker. Even you don't have to be intelligent, you don't have to be a doctor, you don't have to be intelligent, you don't have to be anything. This is common sense, Mr. Speaker. You cannot be shooting yourself in the foot. And Mr. Speaker, only a fool leans upon his own misunderstanding. So let us all support this bill, and I fully support the bill. The entire Rosa Valley is behind this bill. Let us move forward. This is not time for negativity and pessimism. We've brought this bill here to make things better, and we're going to make things better. And with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the truth is, I don't have any intentions of speaking, but after that fiery presentation, I must stand to register my support. Mr. Speaker, I know and I'm very impressed with the contributions by my colleagues. And they were very informative with the impacts of and the benefits of the CBI program. Now, Mr. Speaker, I will not take you back too far, but let us remember and let's recall Hurricane Maria. Hurricane Maria, Mr. Speaker, completely devastated Dominica. Over 220% of our GDP impacted. And 2 years prior, Mr. Speaker, we're speaking of another 90% impacted, over 300% of GDP. I say this to say, Mr. Speaker, that Dominicans did not know where else to turn to. And what was our saving grace? The CBI program, Mr. Speaker. The same is true for COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, this program has been extremely impactful and important to us in ways that many Dominicans don't understand. So, Mr. Speaker, we understand, as Honorable Dr. Henderson would have mentioned earlier, that it may possibly create some discomfort to agents and developers and so forth, Mr. Speaker. But this is a small price to pay. And in the business world, there's a term called trade-off. So we understand that there are going to be quid pro quos, there are going to be trade-offs, there are going to be this or that, Mr. Speaker. So this is a small price to pay for continued perpetuity, Mr. Speaker, of such an outstanding program, Mr. Speaker. We have seen the direct benefits of this CBI program. We have seen governments in the past contracted loans of over $100 million to build an international airport, Mr. Speaker. And this very airport was never built, Mr. Speaker. Monies were used to purchase land and so forth. And today, Mr. Speaker, we are speaking of over $1 billion being used to construct that very international airport that we spoke about, we took a loan for, Mr. Speaker, at no expense to the average Dominican, Mr. Speaker, all because of revenues of the Citizenship by Investment program. Nowhere on earth you'd hear of such happening, Mr. Speaker. But we continue to benefit from the spoils of the CBI, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about the marina, which is being constructed, just over the weekend I had the opportunity to drive there, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you that it is happening, Mr. Speaker. Many people hear about it, but we don't take a drive to see what's going on. But it's very beautiful, Mr. Speaker. It's going on, it's happening. And this is happening because of the spoils, again, of the Citizenship by Investment program. So, Mr. Speaker, I am very happy that we are here today, to discuss this bill. And I'm also very pleased. I understand that we may very well be the first OECS country that brought this before Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Our Honorable Prime Minister, as he said, would have spoken about this over a decade ago. And here it is happening now, Mr. Speaker. Proud moment once more for the great people of Dominica. So, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't sit here silently and not espouse this bill, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to do so. I'm very happy to also benefit from the revenues of the Citizenship by Investment Program, Mr. Speaker, through what is going on in my country, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Shepherd, you may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I too want to rise in full support of the new regulations for the Citizenship by Investment program. And we're starting here in Dominica. Dominica is a leader in its own right, usually a first in a lot of things. And also to, before I continue, to commend again visionary leadership by our Honorable Prime Minister. 2015 and now 2025, Mr. Speaker, to see this becoming a reality. The initiative, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's merely one of response, but it is showing bold, proactive action and steps towards strengthening our integrity, transparency, and viability of this particular program that contributes significantly to our national development. Mr. Speaker, I also want to acknowledge that the contributions are also sustainable from the CBI program to our fiscal landscape. We have heard mentioned by previous speakers. It is a cornerstone of our public sector investment program, helping us to finance our quest of being champions in climatic or climate resilience and our recovery plan. We also know that the CBI program funds a number of our projects, our programs, especially like the previous speaker said, after Hurricane Maria and throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. It was and is a saving grace. And we also should register that Dominica's CBI program is one of the most respected. Even if we have naysayers and we have the opposition elements who want to say otherwise. And Mr. Speaker, I often find myself wondering, how is it that people that seek to cry down and bring down their own country want to stay and lead it? Something is not right. Something is not right. And like Dr. Max said, Dominicans will continue to show and will continue to prove that right leadership is with the Dominica Labour Party. Mr. Speaker, the collaboration too between our OECS partners, like I said, Dominica, we're moving first, but we have no doubt that the others are going to follow. And the reforms, we know that it will ensure that Dominica and the Caribbean remain trusted, especially for investment opportunities. That is very significant. We're safeguarding the interests of our Dominicans, our Caribbean citizens, and we're also protecting our state. Mr. Speaker, this again is about responsible governance. It is about ensuring that the benefits of the CBI program continue to uplift our people, funding healthcare, our roads, our schools, our climate resilience programs, and also closing the doors on any intent for abuse or misuse of the program. And in closing, I just want to say that we should all, because every Dominican have been impacted by the CBI program, whether they want to say it or not. All of us have been. So let us stand together for this bill, committed to building our programs that are sustainable, secure, and internationally respected most of all. And with just these few words, Mr. Speaker, I again give full support to the regulations. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to wind the debate on the Citizenship by Investment Regulation Authority Agreement of 2025. Um, as was highlighted, the reality is a lot of what is contained in this agreement are things which are contained in our own regulations. Life is an evolving matter. What obtains today may be something different tomorrow. The, and you have to continuously review and assess and evaluate and make changes, whatever it is, whether it's education reform or whether it is new agricultural practices in light of pests and diseases, and you have to use different techniques. You may have to stop growing a particular crop for a year um, and let the soil rest, and you plant something else. So you have to adapt and shift gears from time to time. And in a very difficult world, that is also dramatically required from time to time. And of course, you live a, in a community of nations, and different countries and different institutions see things differently. Um, they have particular perspectives. Some you may agree with, some you may not agree with. And the whole and the whole notion that we're not an island unto ourselves, we're part of a global community. We have a responsibility to each other. We have a responsibility to ourselves. And in the process of being each other's keeper, there may be things that you have to do to help somebody else, and there's something that somebody has to do to help you. And this is what we're talking about. Um, we are here today to seek parliamentary approval of a process. Who knows, in the next 6 months you may come back and have to make amendments. That is what Parliament is established for. Nothing is cast in iron or stone that you cannot reshape it. You come to Parliament and seek parliamentary approval for changes. You, you go for the debate. When you get to committee stage, there are some amendments you have to make because there's something that you may not pay attention to. Every time you look at a document, Mr. Speaker, you have to keep changing. That's why most of them I don't like writing speeches, because every time I look at it, I have to change it, so I just because let me not speak, and save myself some time. Because every time you look at it, you make some changes to it, and it's never complete until you deliver it. And even after you deliver it, you say, "Boy, I could have said something differently," etc., etc. So that's what it is. Um, one cannot contest the importance of the CBI program to the entire Eastern Caribbean Currency Union. It is well established of the extent of the revenues that are generated from this program for all the participating member states. Um, some have been in it before, and therefore they are more um, established, and therefore sometimes the results might be varying compared to others. But at the end of the day, every every country benefits from it. It is an important source of non-tax revenue. The reality is, people have to understand, if you have certain things to do, for example, we build an international airport. No one can contest that an international airport is absolutely important in assisting in transformation of the economy, in creating jobs, in sustaining existing investments, and also attracting new investments. The reality is, if you look around the world, there are not many things that other countries have, beside and from us, that we don't have, except the international airport. And so anybody can fly from any part of the world to these countries, and it makes a huge difference. If you're, we saw the impact of night landing on Dominica. When Dominica closed at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, now it's open longer hours. It means your place is open for longer hours. It's like you have a shop. If you open your shop from 8 to 3 in the afternoon, then and somebody opens on 8 to 12, there's a great opportunity for the person having a greater return, a greater turnover,
because one can go into the restaurant at 8 o'clock at night and it's open. And it's not different from the country. And so we've invested in this. I do not want to lament the extent of the impact of the CBI program on this country. And there are some who, for their selfish reasons and think they want to pay attention to just housing and believe that that's only what the government has invested the CBI funds in. And a lot of it, sometimes they criticize the housing more from an envy standpoint, not because they don't want to appreciate the impact it's having on the society and individuals and the economy, because one of the major inducement for growth in the economy is construction. Construction being a lot of consumption, and job creation. And when you build a set of homes in a community, say, let's take Scottsdale where we built 21 homes. Every one of the contractors there was from Scottsdale, right? And so all of that kind of money stays in terms of the labor, stays within the hands of the people, and it creates an economic activity in place because you bring money from outside to mix the money that's in Scottsdale, and then you have economic activity. And in the process, people's lives are improved. And in the process, you take somebody who is in poverty, and literally overnight, you have removed the person from the category of poverty. Access to water, access to electricity, access to housing, all of this are variables which contribute to one's definition of poverty. And the sheer impact on the society, and the hope and confidence to young people that there is a future in Normandy, that there is an opportunity that will come to you at some point in life, and it's a matter of you taking advantage of the opportunity. And so, but we have invested in agriculture. Whether it is through direct grants to farmers and support to farmers, whether it is through the farm roads. In 2023, in the COVID time, we spent over $22 million on farm roads from the CBI funds. Whether it's a 0% loan at the aid bank or 2% loan at the aid bank for agriculture. We invested heavily in agriculture. And when you look at manufacturing, I hear people say, well, the government should spend more money in manufacturing. We have invested in manufacturing across the board. There are people who did not pay us back the loans that we gave them at 0%, 2% interest. We gave loans to manufacturers. I don't want to call them the names today, and significant sums at 2% interest. Some of them will support the government, some of them will not support the government. For me, that doesn't matter. But the person contribution to the economy, job creation. We've also put monies at the aid bank at 2% interest for manufacturing. Today, and I'm only saying so because that person took the liberty of saying so publicly at the commissioning of his block plant, which is the most modern block plant in the OECS, that is at P.H. Williams, that P.H. Williams now has the capacity to export blocks anywhere in the Caribbean. Because they went and they took advantage of the 2% loan at the aid bank for manufacturing from the CBI funds. When DCP closed the doors for whatever reason, the small, in terms of the size of Colgate-Palmolive, it was small, and with numerous natural disasters affecting it, they decided to sell it. We stepped in. We were going to buy it up front, but the local investor came and said, look, I am prepared to invest in it, and we allow the local investor because the government's view is that we do not want to be in the private sector. Let the private sector, we only get involved where there is a gap, where there is a void. We're not interested in owning the hotels in Dominica, but where there is a gap, the government comes and gets involved to create opportunities. And so we have done so. So we stepped in and we put some money in, albeit for a loan, to ensure that this soap factory can restart manufacturing of soap, production of soaps. So we have invested in this thing. and we have not only partnered with developers to build hotels, we've also put monies at the aid bank for those existing hotels in Dominica who will not ordinarily benefit directly from a CBI program because it has to be a new project, to benefit from, and all of them have benefit from this 2%. I don't want to call names because they haven't said so publicly, but they have benefited from the 2% for tourism. 2%. You can do the maths of the impact compared to 11 and 12% of the commercial banks. We've invested in this. When you talk about small business development, from the inception of the small business unit to 2024, and that's outside of DYBT. I see my friend the senator or the DYBT there. That's outside of DYBT and the commitments we give, guarantee of loans, because it's government money that has to be put in the banks to guarantee loans. From the inception of the small business unit to 2024, we gave by way of grants $92.3 million by way of grants to small businesses. That's from the CBI program. Direct grants to small businesses. And now there is a proliferation of small businesses in Dominica. People into adding value, turning the primary product into added value and exporting those. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we have to find a way of capturing that data of the impact of small businesses on the economy of Dominica, on the GDP of Dominica, because I still believe that it is not properly captured. We've been putting in there. And we'll talk about education. Not only about the infrastructure, but teacher training, supplies, tertiary education. Everybody who has gone to study in the last 15 or so years and has gotten a grant from the government, it's CBI money. So when people talking about where's the CBI money or what has it done for me, that's what it's been doing for you, because we don't talk about these things, that's what it is, Mr. Speaker. The millions of dollars that we spend on tertiary education, housing, books, insurance, tuition. We invested, put the money back into the people. And so when we talk about the use of citizenship by investment program globally, Dominica is a living example of how you use CBI money. Schools, whether it's the Mao Primary School or the Dominica Grammar School, or the several repairs to schools after the hurricane, many schools, the CBI funds. Infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, the West Bridge and many other pieces of infrastructure across Dominica, roads, bridges, CBI funds. And I keep saying to the government every time, this is why it's important for us to, all of these interventions, do like how the USAID did, do like how the EU does, they put a little map, a little flag, sorry. We should put a little flag, a little something, a little marker on every home, on every infrastructure, on every investment we make. Every small business owner who got assistance. Every young person who got scholarships to go and study should have something that says CBI. And then we'll appreciate the impact of the CBI. Paying down on our public debt. Because, Mr. Speaker, prior to Hurricane Maria, we never used the CBI funds outside for public sector investment and for CBI and for debt. We never used it for this. For the public sector investment, putting money in the economy, whether by loans or by grants or public debt. Water project. In 2 years, Mr. Speaker, year 1 and year 2, I gave to DOASCO $99 million to effect water projects across Dominic from the CBI funds. That was just, I'm talking about just 2 years. We're getting more beyond that. $99 million in 2 years to effect new water projects and enhance existing water projects. And even when you do, for example, you will see that we took a loan from the World Bank to finance from the Bois Diab to Castle Bruce, through the Caligo territory to Pigwa. And even when you have those projects, whether it's a loan or grants from these entities, there must be counterpart funding. Significant land acquisition, significant crop compensation. These funds have to be found from the government sources. So the millions that we gave to the Kalnago people for the land, and it is the first government in the history of the Kalnago territory that's ever given the Kalnago territory 1 cent for taking land from them. And we paid them millions and all over Dominic. Whether it is in Loubier to Pishler, Granby Road now, with the millions that we have spent. One property owner, we paid $1.3 million in cash from the CBI funds for the property. For this road we're doing. That's just one person. Tourism. People say, no hotels in Dominic. Okay, no hotels in Dominic. At Fort Young, we have a few of them there, no hotels in Dominic. Government goes and partners with people to build hotel rooms, then they say, oh, government spends too much money in hotels. There's no space. The people canceling to come Dominic for Coral Festival because there's no rooms in Dominic. Every single private property has been occupied. People are still calling for rooms. And just imagine when the international airport is open. National security. Successive police officers, chief of police will tell you that there's no government that has invested more into the police than this government. And a significant amount of the money is that we have invested in the police by way of supplies, by way of vehicles, were funded by the CBI program. Health, from the new Marigot Hospital to equipping the Marigot Hospital, where the power, not me, I've been told by the Minister of Health, and I read the report that power says that it's one of the best hospitals in the OECS. CBI, and plus the 13 or 14 health centers across Dominic. Transforming not only tertiary care and secondary care, but primary care, health care is so important for delivery of healthcare services in Dominic. This is how we have been able to use the CBI funds, Mr. Speaker. And Dr. Mack indicated in the earlier days, geothermal, we underwrote a significant portion of the pre-action that have been taken now, or commitment to renewable energy, and doing the transition. And we can speak about, sometimes I wonder if I should, speak about those things or not. But Erica damaged Douglas Charles Airport. And it cost us about $200 million to fix Douglas Charles. $200 million to fix Douglas Charles. The runway, we had to do new river defense walls. We had to raise the one along the parking, dive with a portion of the river. $200 million. This is why I was even more motivated to pursue the international airport. Because in my view, this is going to happen again at some point. I'm saying that $200 million could have really knocked off some mountains for us if we didn't have to spend this on this. And any one of us listen to me can understand what you do with $200 million in down payment. CBI funds, Mr. Speaker. So when people talking about, okay, well, why have we done this and how we done that and so forth, we could have said, well, leave people where they are in Erica, leave people where they are in Murray and use the money to do other things that we wanted to do. That's not who we are. We responded to the needs of the people. When we said we were going to build, we're going to relocate Jubic and PD7, even the people in PD7 said that's scary joking that never happened. Because for them, they couldn't understand, they couldn't fathom how are we going to take on that project of relocating every one of them and making a commitment to provide each of them with a home. And not only have we relocated them, PD7 people, we are now equaling the task with the Jubic people. We got the help from Venezuela to build in Petrocasas. Most of them were damaged by the hurricane. And now, every day they send me videos and pictures of what the homes look like and how excited they are. And I want those who criticize me and criticize the government for spending money on housing to tell me, if they were the government of this country, what would they do for these people? So don't say what Skyway is doing, so tell me what you would do. That's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. And the international airport, Mr. Speaker, we're the only country that I know of developing country that is building an airport without a national loan. And I don't think sometimes we take time ourselves in the government to appreciate the enormity of this project and the heroic, and if you dare say heroic task of building this airport under the circumstances that we're tearing it down.
Yeah, I realize Honorable Minister stand to give you extra time.
I thought I was supposed to take 45 minutes to present. I only took 10.
Yeah. So, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that the Honorable Prime Minister be given an additional 20 minutes to wrap up this presentation.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Prime Minister given an additional 20 minutes. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. You are given an additional 20 minutes, Honorable Prime Minister.
And the marina, Mr. Speaker, that's going to impact the lives of the people, not only in the Portsmouth area, but across the country. And so all of these projects, all of these things are tied to each other. We can't even build a camping scale intercontinental in Portsmouth and have the people in Lago, back in the days, the quality of the homes. We can think of Lago, go and look at pictures of Lago, Portsmouth, before those homes were built. And we took them out from literally, work with them from their downtrodden circumstance and put them in a better quality so that we saw the hotel go up and we saw quality housing, even equal to the quality of the hotel built for the people of Portsmouth. So what are we talking about? So that there's not the disparity, Mr. Speaker, of people coming from outside and enjoying a nice hotel and people around it are living in squalor conditions. And so we'll continue the National Empowerment Program. Some people say we're wasting money. But I know you're supposed to keep your country clean and beautiful. And who's going to do it? We should be grateful in this country that we have people who still have a sense of pride in themselves, in the country, and who will go out in the hot sun and the rain and to cut the mulch and the grass on the side of the roads for us and plant flowers and maintain the beauty and the aesthetic of the country. And in any event, Mr. Speaker, you have to pay for it. When you look at the size of contracts we used to give for maintenance of the sidewalks inside roads in Dominica, it was huge. And what has the NEP done for people? For the ordinary folks in Dominica, for the working people of this country? What has it done? That in a home of 4 people, you have taken home $4,000, Mr. Speaker. If they consolidate that, they can go to the credit union and take a loan. Building a sense of dignity in people that they can go and know that a single mother can know, as small as $1,000 may be, that at the end of the month she gets $1,000 and she's going to take credit and pay for it. Maintaining the dignity of people, they can go home, go to work, and come back and take care of the children. And we designed such a program, Mr. Speaker, very carefully and skillfully. This is why we do not allow people to leave one village and go to another village. We want you to stay home, stay in your village, so that you can be at home to provide for your children as well. So we do not have children going to school and not have something to eat when they come back from school. Or nobody there to take care of them. And we have raised the pride and the dignity and the sense of purpose for hundreds of people across Dominica. And you can see how committed they are to the task of making a contribution to this, Mr. Speaker. And so, don't even talk about the kind of support we give to people going overseas for medical care. I was at my home on Sunday, 2 Sundays ago. 2 Sundays ago, a young child got into an accident. Had to be flown away the same Sunday. I had to cancel everything I was doing on the Sunday, Mr. Speaker, and stayed home, stayed put, so I could facilitate the person flying out of the country. 15,000 euros for the ambulance, and 78,000 US dollars for the surgery. And 15,000 euros to come back. That's 30,000 euros plus 78,000 US dollars. And I had to be there drafting letters and saying, oh, and issue the letters and so forth and saying it out. So yes, I told the parent that's not our responsibility, as previous governments did, and use that money to do some of the things that we're talking about that we need to do. So we have to be fair and balanced and reflective of how do you go about jockeying and juxtaposing things. And so all of this from the Citizenship by Investment Program. Don't talk about COVID, Mr. Speaker. Nobody was working, no revenue. We paid for hundreds of private sector employees. Hundreds of private sector employees. When I got wind that they were not going to pay people for the time home. I'm saying when you are experiencing adversity, that is the time you're supposed to hold people's hands. This is not a time to kick a guy down the curb. After Hurricane, Mr. Speaker, I was told, I was advised by our financial advisors to cut the wedge bill after Maria. Cut the wedge bill. And I said, nothing doing. We have to hold people's hands. We have to get out of the rubble together. I cannot go home as Prime Minister with a salary and the junior clerk goes home with no salary because what? We had a cut. No. So both in Maria time and Erica and COVID time, we paid the salaries of hundreds of private sector employees. It was no legal responsibility. And all of those funds came from the CBI. And as I said in previous times, and I believe it's worth repeating, We were saving to pay for national debt. Saving to pay our national debt. And had it not been for these external shocks and these natural disasters, we would have paid off our national debt. Every single person we owed, we would have paid them 100% off. And we're going to create a fund and put into that fund every year as if we were still paying the national debt, and use that as our source of sustainable resilience, access to funds, so that we don't have to rely on loans to finance our development. Our economy will generate income and save this and use it in the private sector. Cheaper financing for the private sector. Cheaper financing for the public sector investment program. Maintain strong fiscal responsibilities. We were saving for the international airport. We had $260 million saved, Mr. Speaker, at the time of Maria. Maria, we spent over $86 million just removing debris. 86, I'm not aware of any Caribbean country that has spent that money in removing debris after storm. None. And notwithstanding all of this, Mr. Speaker, all of these setbacks in the last 12 years, that we hear speaking about major capital investment programs, most of them financed by the CBI program. So, in terms of our commitment to ensuring the sustainability of this program, in terms of our responsibility to continue to improve on the standards, the oversight, the scrutiny, this government has nothing to hide. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the 6-point program, which the U.S. Treasury presented to us some years ago, came about when I invited the U.S. Treasury to Dominica. And I said, come to Dominica and examine, independent of us, question whoever you want to question. They came and they had discussions. They did their own assessment. A couple of the points that we were the one presenting, because the ban on Russia and Belarus, we did that long before anybody talked about it. And this is why we say, no, let us invite the other countries to be part of the 6-point. And that's how the other countries came about. And so this here we're talking about today, as I indicated in my introductory comments, is something that I suggested to our colleagues in 2015. That there's something that we should be doing together. Some things we should harmonize. Let us have a cap on our pricing in terms of the bottom part of the investment. Let's have common application forms. Let's have common due diligence processes. Let's have proper sharing of information, so if once somebody apply in your country and they turn down, you apply to mine, we would know. Have a database for this. And a number of other things. I took the liberty of drafting a letter myself and sending it out to my colleagues for the record and say, let us proceed with this thing. And Gaston Brown will tell you that he and myself were the ones who agreed to proceed then with this. So, while some of these things may have been motivated by external requests, the bulk of them were things that I always felt that we should be doing together by ourselves. That's 10 years ago, eh? Because we recognize the world is an evolving place. So let me say to Senator Paris that in terms of political will, there is absolute political will to ensure the viability of it. Absolute political will. That's why we're here today. In terms of the use of funds, we have a sovereign right to determine how our funds are used. So that's not going to be determined by anybody. In terms of staffing, of course, the interim commission will prepare draft budgets and so on. They'll send it to the ministers responsible. They'll make a determination on the budget. We have a mechanism in the fees to ensure that this is self-financing. For example, the GRCC, that we are going to be putting a special fee in part of the fee structure, so that goes to both the GRCC and the Regulatory Commission for its funding, so that within the structure that this is the thinking that we have there in terms of the financing of those entities and the due diligence processes. And of course, we have a mechanism for post-approval monitoring. We do it here, for example, with the FIU. And that also will be at a regional level. This is why the biometrics come into play, and that's why the database is coming into play, so that you can track people post-citizenship. And I take the point that you made that the issue of residency may make our programs less attractive. But let's face it, while we are benefiting from the investment that applicants are making, but we're also giving them something that they do not have, which is the privilege of our citizenship. And if a citizen if someone who wants to become a Dominican citizen doesn't believe that he can come to Dominica for 5 days a year, then you can't be serious. You go to Paris, you want to go to Paris, you want to go to England, you want to go to America, you want to go to everywhere, China and Russia is no passport. Why can't you come to Dominica and bring a family and spend 5 days? This is highly reasonable. As a matter of fact, the applicant should say that that's not enough. We don't mind say 21 days. But we have to be practical, people have to work, and not here in Dominica we have holidays. People call sick, they don't have no medical certificate, 2 days off from work, no social security, nothing, and they go out of the country, nobody get approval to go. This is not overseas, my brother. The moment you don't show up for half an hour, you don't get paid for half an hour. Or you may lose your job entirely. We have it sweet in here, nice in Dominica, flexible. People don't show up for work. You see man driving around Dominica. People come to work 11 o'clock when it's supposed to be 8 o'clock, and public works corporation patching 2 holes a day. 2 holes a day. Two holes a day. So let's understand this. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to give this highlight of the things there, just to remind us, because sometimes those who know better, because of their selfish motivations, will not set the record straight. And I believe that it is my duty, it is my solemn duty as the leader of the government to always take the opportunity to set the record straight. And I do not need any documents, Mr. Speaker, as you can recognize, to speak to the facts of the matter at hand. Because I know what this government has done with the funds that it has been entrusted with. And I know that we can account for the funds that we've been entrusted with. And I know we can point out to all of the beneficiaries, sectors of the economy, of how we will spend these funds. And nobody can contest the fact that we have spent the resources responsibly, judiciously, Mr. Speaker, and to the benefit of the Dominican economy. And this is what it is our prudent responsibility. Now, you have also banking challenges, all sorts of other issues that you have to confront in this world today. It's difficult for people to open a bank account. Even Dominicans have difficulty to open a bank account in their own country. So you understand what I'm saying. So you have challenges. And you cannot grow an economy, you cannot do trade, you cannot do business if it's impossible to open a bank account. You understand? How are you going to do business? You need a bank. So these are some of the things that we have to confront as a regional country, because every country is suffering from this challenge. But we can stand the test of scrutiny and so forth, and we look forward to implementing this. Obviously, the other countries will have to go to the parliaments to pass this legislation. But the bill makes provision for it being is coming to force by an order. And so once we set the date, then each of us will sign this order in our respective countries and give effect to this thing. But this does not stop the work from continuing. So there are a lot of administrative things that we have put in place, and that all of the things have been worked on. All of the regulations are ready for review. This will be sent to the Attorney General, sent to us, and then we'll pass it to the AG very soon on this. So all of these things are being done so that once the law comes into force, then you have all of the necessary supporting elements to properly implement the provisions of the agreement and of course the provisions of the act. So Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and thank everyone for the contribution to this. I think this is a step in the right direction. Our hope and prayer is that the international community or stakeholders will look at this thing critically and crucially. They were part of the process. They were involved. We insisted that at every material step and stage of the process that we engaged our partners. I myself, with other colleagues, I was part of the consultations in many respects with all of those stakeholders, whether it's the United States or the EU or the United Kingdom. We were part of those consultations with them from a political standpoint, and likewise the interim commission and also the legal drafters were part of those engagements at various levels and so on. And we got some very crucial and critical feedback from the United States, both from the State Department and from the Treasury Department, and also from the UK government, some very helpful feedback, that all of which were given due consideration to the final, in inclusion the final bill, and so it has benefited from really very robust consultations and engagements across the board. And so this is now the aspiration. So all of the concerns people have, all of the views, all of the expressions and so on, all of these things were taken into consideration, and then consensus was arrived at, and we're here today. And so we look forward to the next step of this. I think this is a responsible thing for us to do. We're doing this because it is the right thing to do, and I made it clear that if the others were not prepared to go that direction, Dominica would have gone in a direction by itself on these matters. But I'm happy that my colleagues this time around decided to proceed together, and that's what it is. You know, when you work together, more can be achieved, and we look forward to that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
This concludes the debate on the bill. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement 2025 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time.
Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Act 2025.
The bill will now stand committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. House is in committee. I have to report that the bill shortly entitled Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement 2025 passed the committee stage with minor amendments. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Act 2025 be read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Act 2025 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Act 2025.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
I move that the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Financial Services Unit Amendment Act 2025.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this bill before the Honorable House seeks to amend the Financial Services Unit Act, Chapter 6302. The amendment to the Financial Services Unit Act, along with the amendments to the Anti-Money Laundering and Suppression of Terrorist Financing Amendment Number 2, Code of Practice 2025, which were done through regulations laid before the House, are being made as part of the government's ongoing effort to strengthen Dominica's anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism framework. Mr. Speaker, at the May 2023 Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, that is CFATF, plenary, Dominica was found to be compliant or largely compliant with 33 of the 40 FATF recommendations, a significant achievement for our small jurisdiction. However, some areas required further legislative reinforcement, particularly concerning the implementation of targeted financial sanctions related to terrorism, the supervision of designated non-financial businesses and professions, and the prevention of unlicensed financial activity. The government therefore moved swiftly to strengthen the institutional framework within the Financial Services Unit, Financial Intelligence Unit, and other competent authorities. We have also through our National Anti-Money Laundering Advisory Committee and our technical working group prepared the required amendments to various legislations. Mr. Speaker, the Financial Services Unit Amendment Bill 2025 introduces a new section, 12A, to the Parent Act. This section makes it an offense for any entity to offer financial services or products in or from Dominica without a license issued by the Minister of Finance on the recommendations of the Financial Services Unit. It therefore provides for the Minister to make regulations governing fees and supervisory arrangements for such entities. This measure closes a long-standing regulatory gap by ensuring that all entities engaged in financial intermediation or the management of funds or risk on behalf of others are subject to proper oversight. It also brings Dominica into alignment with international best practices for licensing and supervision of financial services. Mr. Speaker, These legislative reforms are not occurring in isolation. They form part of a coordinated national effort to remedy the deficiencies highlighted in the CFATF Mutual Evaluation Report, supported by the recent institutional and policy advances reflected in Dominica's second follow-up report of May 2025. Progress has been recorded in the areas of beneficial ownership, transparency, FSU staffing and supervision, FIU analytical capacity, and the development of a national counterterrorism and proliferation financing strategy. The passage of this bill will therefore demonstrate Dominica's continued commitment to international AMLF CFT standards. It will reinforce the country's credibility within the global financial system and contribute to the safeguarding of Dominica's reputation as a transparent and compliant jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, the government remains resolute in ensuring that Dominica maintain all compliance with international financial standards, thereby protecting our financial sector, preserving correspondent banking relationships, and facilitating continued access to global financial markets. These legislative measures, though technical in nature, are vital steps towards achieving that goal and ensuring the long-term resilience and integrity of our financial system. Mr. Speaker, I therefore commend the Financial Services Unit Amendment Bill 2025 to the Honorable House for its favorable consideration and approval. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The bill is before the House for debate. Senator, you need help? Yeah, okay.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give a brief contribution to the Financial Services Unit Amendment Act 2025. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to request permission to refer to my notes from time to time. As
Permission
I give
granted.
Yes.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Financial Services Unit. I can continue? Okay.
Proceed, do not you, by now you should not be distracted.
Mr.
Proceed.
Speaker, the Financial Services Unit Act is straightforward and technical. It is designed to ensure financial services in Dominica are fair and transparent for all the citizens. It ensures that our financial sector is trustworthy and reliable. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, as we consider the proposal to bring the Dominica Cooperative Societies League under the supervision of the Financial Services Unit, it is clear that this is a matter of careful reflection. Questions around oversight, autonomy, and the best approach to safeguard both accountability and cooperative spirit is important and deserve robust discussion. Different individuals may have differing views, Mr. Speaker, on this matter. It is not to diminish any body or institution, but rather to raise questions and concerns that through open dialogue, as is expected here, to open dialogue and respectful deliberation will ultimately serve the greater good for our financial system and citizens. I hope that we can all truly work together in ensuring that everyone's voices are heard in the matter and that the financial system in Dominica is truly a matter of transparency and that principles are upheld and in a steadfast commitment. Thank you.
Yes, Senator Henderson Reid, you may proceed. You are recognized by the chair.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my contribution on this bill before the Honorable House to amend the Financial Service Unit Act, Chapter 6303. Mr. Speaker, I have a list of questions. I'm here with questions. So I don't really have to refer to my notes. I don't have notes. I just have some questions, Mr. Speaker. Okay, the long and short of it, Mr. Speaker, is that after this bill is passed in this Honorable House, and we know that it will pass, then the Dominica Cooperative Societies League will now be listed as a financial institution under Schedule 2. Mr. Speaker, what does this really mean? Is this a method of regulatory oversight? It's one of my questions. Some of my questions I had too numerous to mention. Dr. Mack, you answered a few. The Dominica Cooperative Societies League presents itself as an apex body for the cooperatives in Dominica and should be responsible for advocacy, training, strategic development, and marketing of its affiliates' interests. The Dominica Cooperative Societies League has been in existence for 65 years, serving the cooperative sector. This question, Mr. Speaker, is licensing the league a method to ensure that it operates within the legal and financial regulatory framework, even if its primary business isn't financial? But why now? What would prompt this sudden change of circumstances? I have a question, but Mr. Dr. Mack, you answer that one because I wanted to know, why does the government now see the need to license the league? Is it a requirement for international best practices? But you answered that. Will the league now have a board of directors which governs its business that will now be independent to the credit union's board of directors? So now that it's a financial institution, or it will become a financial institution, how do we separate the two in terms of board of directors? The Dominica Cooperatives League holds the reserves, the assets and investments of the credit unions. How will this new licensing affect this? How do we separate the two? Is this new request to license the league as a result of suspicion that the league engages in activities specific to financial institutions, such as handling credit union funds, operating savings and loans programs, or other financial functions that will fall under the scope of financial oversight? Is the purpose of the licensing to help the government monitor these activities, protect the credit unions from risk, and prevent financial crime? Mr. Speaker, my last question. Is the government now trying to prevent fraud and ensure its financial stability and help maintain the integrity of the entire financial sector, especially the credit unions who are already financial institutions? So I had a list of questions, Mr. Speaker, and those are the ones that will not get answered. Thank you.
I heard your delivery, but before Honorable Henderson proceed, I will do a little research on the approach of debating, where the debate take like a questioning when there's rules for questioning. So, but I mean, you have made your contribution already, but I'll do some research on it, because I do not want the House to reach a stage where instead people debate, people come and ask how many, like 30 questions. You understand? And then now, whichever minister is responsible, almost like you're obligated to answer. And then another problem with it is, it's like, remember, people are almost reading a question. So could be questions coming out from outside of the chamber, from people, but it like circumventing the rules of questioning. So you have already delivered, but I will do research on it. Maybe not this evening, but we'll deal with the ruling on that matter, because I really want us to be careful how we approach it. Yeah. Just a thought. Proceed, Honorable Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is your house, your rules, business and orders. But I correct that it's and orders. But I was thinking that the contribution, whether it's loaded with questions or answers, or otherwise, that does not in any way obligate anyone else to respond. It's another question section which I noticed we do apart from, which is a typical operation that House used to engage in. Used to be a very controversial part of the House, the meetings, and I think perhaps that might be something I have been wondering about that happens to the question session, which is usually for the first part of the discussion when we meet, that creates the excitement and back and forth, and it makes us obligated to respond. So I would say that perhaps may be more properly placed in that context. Perhaps members of the opposition are not fully seized of that process. I don't know, but I find that I totally miss that, I must say. Mr. Speaker, we have found ourselves today once again with another amendment, this piece of legislation, but it's not an amendment. I'm not sure why Senator Harris chose to be a stranger of our House for the last hour. I think there is some rules about that too. You also you cannot be happy with purgatory in the process. It's either you go to heaven or hell. You need the House, or you're not. I find it very distracting, Mr. Speaker, I must say. Mr. Speaker, and some level of lack of decorum, I should add, and perhaps the Senator, which will either take his seat or perhaps excuse himself. He's not a stranger. Mr. Speaker, again, your House. I can't speak for you. But Mr. Speaker, this amendment again takes us to the same discussion of doing things we know that I would think things would be important perhaps. But for some reason, there are some considerations that hold us back. And then we get faced with a requirement from a national government body or supervising body, or just an entity in which we are members. Thank you for your cooperation, I want to debate with you, and I want to see you opposite with me. So we found ourselves having to meet the requirements of the international action task force that we normally participate in to ensure that we meet the rules, the international rules of governing financial transactions, financial institutions. And this time we see the corporate leagues, it's pretty big now. When we consider, and I think we had debated some time ago about credit unions, we have to accept the fact that sometimes we're emotional about things have like history, their origins. But as they grow, as they develop, we have to accept them for what they become. I mean, credit unions are huge financial institutions. And the corporate league, there are significance. And as a matter of fact, they're limited as a company. And I think they should be treated as such. And therefore, doing this means a requirement of the FATF rules. To me, it shouldn't be a big deal. But I agree with Senator and the Secretary, my cousins, and I agree with there are a number of questions, some of which we will answer, and perhaps we need to take a deep hard look at the cooperatives. I will be very, very clear publicly that I believe that we have evolved as a country, and the place for cooperatives, we want to take a deep, hard look, about whether, in fact, we should be operating some transactions and some activities under the umbrella of cooperatives. I know some people cooperatives will take issue with me, but I think we are all the days when the villagers, fishers, and farmers, hunters, gatherers, we are all, from the people who came to now people who are now mobilizing resources, and and therefore we have to ask ourselves whether there is a little need to expect goodwill and voluntarism of others to deal with significant assets and resources as the credit unions. And this should not be as Senator Henry said when the Commission that and of course, my good friend from the West Coast, we said that basically these are matters that not be controversial. These are matters that we should all agree to express the view, ask questions, and get the answers, and to work way through, ensuring that we can strengthen the supervision. So you keep thinking here, it's supervision. Placing the down already supply limited under the umbrella of the supervision from the financial services unit to ensure that they are operating in a manner that make them accountable, to ensure that people's deficits and people's funds are secure and protected, and to ensure that we meet rules of international transactions, etc., etc. And I think this is something that we all engage ourselves in, and to ensure that we don't compromise in what we have created for decades. This is all of the good things, that we know about. They really help build rural communities. We have to accept that. And they play a very important role in our development as a people, as a nation. But we have to ensure that as we modernize, as facilities, really increase, that we need to ensure that there's proper supervision and to meet our own international obligations and requirements under the various treaties and international agreements we have signed. Mr. Speaker, I wish to support the amendments because for the, I want to say properly, just for the record, I'd like you to be correct in this matter as it is rather illegal. I will not insist. But this is the financial services unit amendment. I wish to support the amendment. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I too wish to present my support for this amendment. It is an amendment which has come about as a result of the military obligations on the CSF mutual evaluation process. Mr. Speaker, in May 2023, Dublin underwent CSF mutual evaluation. As a result of that process is that country is evaluated by peer countries. Like speaking a foreign language when not in English, to interpret the implications of that is the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force. It is the regional body for this region of the FATF, which is the Financial Action Task Force. The Financial Action Task Force is a task force that made the big boys, going forward, and leading, as God themselves, first one countries, the international financial system. And there are a number of bodies in the body, Africa, Latin America, and so on. In fact, a number of Latin American countries used to be part of FATF,
but they've now branched off and gone to the Latin countries, primarily Spanish-speaking Catholic. But Speaker, whatever the regional entity was under, it is an entity which is bound by the Catholic rules and regulation. Those recommendations change, change them quite regularly. And currently there are 40 recommendations. And so we get mapped compliant, non-compliant, in respect to those, each of those recommendations. And there were three in particular, so we had recommendation, six recommendations, 21 recommendation, 28. So this is seeking to address efficiency that was identified in terms of the supervision that was provided by the financial services unit to entities that engage in financial lending and so forth. And hence, this short amendment to address that efficiency and to the Speaker, the government nominee will be seeking re-rating from the partial compliance that we have had for this next year in May. But it is critical we have to indicate the intention and make positive steps towards that, which is by the end of this month. This area. This is this is not just plums in the air. There's a national grouping which incorporates medical financial services unit, the chambers of the general and various other entities, including non-governmental entities who have representatives on this core committee, which its function is to look at the recommendation of what is required and make the necessary recommendations and the legislation comes out of it. In this instance, we have also incorporated the engagement of the Parliamentary Council. They have done some significant work. These three bills that will be today, including this one, and a couple more which not yet reached the stage that will come to the House. So, Mr. Speaker, in short, I lend my full support for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator, remember I spoke about Captain Momos, so just present when you speak.
No, Mr. Speaker, to be quite honest, like many of my colleagues.
You will not mind. Okay, persistent.
Well, you're listening to me. Just a clarification, right? Honorable Henderson mentioned Mrs. Dixon and answer segment of what used to be a heavy feature of before. I'm not sure if Honorable Henderson recognizes that what he needs now as it relates to the rules is that members no notice of a sitting 12 days before. But the requirement for posing questions are 14 days before the next sitting. You never know when it's no. Let me explain why it's listed. Because it cannot happen because it becomes functional. Because by the time you send a question,
in the Madam Speaker, not in my time, Madam Speaker, I will rule that. You can ask the question you don't have to wait for an announcement of a meeting for you to ask the question. Especially questions and especially questions that just that you can get the information for nothing about the question. And then let me just read something before you proceed on that line. The audience is total and the House, not just you. Standing out 2022, a question shall not be asked without notice unless it is an urgent character or relates to the business of the day, and the members have within the legal of the speaker to ask it. That is one. That's about 2022-4. Member who desires or unanswered question shall so indicate clearly on his notice, and such question shall be put down for the day to be named by a member in the day not earlier than 14 days after the question has been submitted to the clerk. So that means even though this is submitted for 14 days, so that means all 16 days, 18 days, a month before, it will be asked a question. Let me go for the last one, because I want to focus on the debate. So we'll make a I'll be write something, an opinion, in a decision today, and send it to members. Let me say the last one. That is 2023, 1-1 No member shall address the House upon any question, and a question shall not be made the pretext for debate, honorable and necessarily alluded to it. So you cannot imagine a member come to the House. It's not saying anything, but just open a laptop and then just ask a question from 120 and sit down. That is not the intention of the rules. The intention of the debate is to have a back and forth in a debate. If you have a friend and then you ask some questions, if you have a part that speaks about, even no flying any sister, especially this like oral, in advance, to say, hey, I'm going to ask this here. And they can listen to the because not to make a mockery out of the chamber of the agreement. It's basically get information that you cannot get anywhere. So we will not make a ruling today, but I just guide the House. Because no instance and no instance alluded to it already. And if we need to train members in which ask questions, and I remember that last time, that is both of your time, all questions submitted by the opposition were taken. All. So there's no excuse about who is it. I think they said it's not going properly in effect. But all questions by the opposition were submitted with just maybe grammatical errors or system. If some of the questions were not changed, and all were submitted as questions. The government side. So let's proceed. Of course, continue. Not about extension and legal guidance on it. But we'll be looking at another time. We should be looking for more information. So let's proceed on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, one of the things I love is when I stand to debate, how you always take the opportunity to make sure that I'm on the right path and contributing to the House in a very sensible way that adds value to the debate. And I really appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. So thank you always for your intervention. And I can always look forward to it.
Yes,
because I realized when Honorable Henderson
just proceed.
requested, you didn't intervene. But when Mr. Speaker, and I just want to express my thanks for that.
Because
Mr. Speaker, let me proceed there.
Senator, no. You were actually, and I'll maybe ask you to take your seat if you're making a mockery out of the whole situation. Because I'm talking serious to you. You said something that was completely incorrect. So I was just correcting you. And you have a nice, smiley face, but technically imputed. But yeah. But many members on the other side said you are potential. So that's why we always try to guide you so you don't go in the wrong direction like some of your predecessors. So let's proceed. Let's proceed. Stay focused. Yes. Yeah, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, to be honest, I'm trying, but your intervention gives the debate so much life. So, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, maybe now that we have a ruling on questions and we have a little more clear, we can enjoy some questions. But Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the bill, and to be quite honest, what happens sometimes is that you don't know what the minister responsible is going to present. And it leaves you to wait to see, well, is he going to cover this? Is he going to cover that? And I think it's only fair and sensible and sustainable in the debate that if certain questions are not answered, which the minister might be very well prepared to answer, that you table it in the debate without making aspersions or assumptions or imputing improper motive in the debate going against the rules of the House in the standing orders, Mr. Speaker. So the reasonable thing to do is to phrase your comment or your concern with a question mark and give the relevant authority the opportunity to pose. So, Mr. Speaker, in that vein, having said that, I will proceed to ask of the minister if he could kindly, in his wrapping up, speak about what happens now with the credit unions, whose assets and investments are held by the Dominican Corporate Societies League. This amendment that we're making is turning the league essentially into a like financial institution. But we have a problem because you have members of the different boards who make up the membership of the league, who form the board of the league, serving on the board of the credit unions. And the league is now becoming a competitor of the credit union. So who do they serve? Which institution do they give priority? Because now the league can offer competing services with those credit unions whose assets, investments, and reserves the league holds. Mr. Speaker, there's so much commotion on that. I know, but I want to debate with you. So that's why I'm going to ask me to move from, Mr. Speaker, that is an important question because I see some compromise. And members of the league who are members of the credit unions, who represent members of the societies, formerly people again, are now put in a bit of a conundrum. Who do they serve and who do they give priority? When the league decides to offer a loan that is cheaper or offers less interest than what the credit union that it is supposed to be serving is offering, what happens? Isn't that a situation that can now obtain now that the league is being licensed to operate as a financial institution under the same Cooperative Societies Act, now being regulated by the Financial Services Unit? I think we are now in a position where we need to explain that to ordinary people so that they understand what's going on. Because I don't think that in the spirit of the legislation of why the league was created by credit unions, I don't think that's what it was created to do. So, and thank you for that, Minister. Given that it is, what happens now? What happens now? What happens now to the investments and the assets of the members? Because from my understanding, the league doesn't have money of its own. The money that it has is given to it by the members who are member credit unions. The members govern the league that is now going to compete with them. So, so you see how I worded that long-winded question, Mr. Speaker? So I would, Mr. Minister, if you would oblige, and some clarity to this section of the debate. Because answering that, I think, now is going to raise more questions, and now credit unions around the country now have a decision to make as to how they move forward with the implementation of this. By the way, a bill that I would like to support. A bill that I would like to support. Because once you're handling the assets and investments of poor people, it's something that we should take seriously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the questions from the other side. in the interest of some clarity. However, I just want to stick to the big question and the big issue that we're dealing with here. We have financial transactions going on all over the world, and we're signatories to international treaties, etc. And the CFATF, well, the Financial Action Task Force, and the OECD, we're all signatories, and we all come up under this. You remember in the past, we used to be blacklisted because of certain financial transactions taking place. What we're seeking here to do, Mr. Speaker, is to prevent any of these things from happening. That is the major issue that we're dealing with here. We're not dealing with whether we're licensing league or we're not licensing league. That is a secondary issue. The issue is we have to comply with the Financial Action Task Force and the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. And it's as simple as this. So let us just go ahead with our stuff here so that we can maintain our reputation. If we don't, you have to recognize, Mr. Speaker, there are 40 different things, and out of the 40, 33 of them, we were compliant and largely compliant. Not many jurisdictions in the region, if at all, came that close in terms of the amount of things that we were compliant and largely compliant with. So if anything, I think we've done exceptionally well. Now, Mr. Speaker, apart from that, you have to look at how much this affects the financial functioning of the country and the different activities and investments that would have to take place. There have been instances in the past that because of our listing, we actually lost on those investments. So for us to put these things right, so that it doesn't affect our foreign direct investment, this is why we're making the amendments. And these were recommended by the review that was done a couple of years ago. So, Mr. Speaker, there isn't any big issue as regards to the conflict of interest. And as I said earlier on, we have to be pragmatic in the whole approach. If somewhere along the line that we have to adjust, we will come back and adjust. But for now, we want to address the umbrella issue of being in alignment with the Financial Action Task Force and the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. And it's as simple as that, Mr. Speaker. So that is why this bill is being brought. That's why we say entities engaged in financial intermediation or the management of funds or risk on behalf of others are subject to proper oversight. So that is what it deals with. That is what we're complying with, the FATF and the OECD. It's as simple as that, Mr. Speaker. So with this, I think I appreciate that we all agree that it's an excellent piece of legislation that we bring in here to make us accountable and to keep our reputation in the international market. That is first and foremost, so that we don't jeopardize our foreign direct investment and our relations with our friendly countries. It's as simple as that, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
This concludes the debate. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Financial Services Unit Amendment Act 2025 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The bill will now be read a second time.
Sales Unit Amendment Act 2025.
The bill will now stand committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. that the bill, shortly entitled Financial Services Unit Amendment Act 2025, pass the committee stage without amendment. The question is that the report of the committee and the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Financial Services Unit Amendment Act 2025 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Financial Services Unit Amendment Act 2025 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Financial Services Unit Amendment Act 2025.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Sperm Whale Reserve Act 2025.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, in the 2023-2024 annual budget address, the government gave a firm commitment to establish the blue economy and to introduce appropriate legislation to govern national frameworks for the regenerative development of our marine resources, to include the establishment of the world's first sperm whale reserve for sperm whale protection and a well-managed sustainable operation with a low carbon footprint and a high economic benefit in whale watching, water sports as diving, and recreational fishing, marine research and education, marine and coastal resource conservation, mariculture, photography, and film. Over the last 2 years, the government has been actively engaged in drafting legislations and consultation with experts and stakeholders to establish the sperm whale reserve. Being the first of its kind, we required support and specialized expertise to accomplish this important goal. The draft legislation was prepared and submitted by the Environmental Law Institute with direct input, review, and continuous feedback from a special task force comprising Ambassador Francine Barron, former CEO of the Climate Resilience Executive Agency of Dominica, CRID, and the permanent secretaries of the Ministries of Tourism and Agriculture, the Chambers of the Attorney General, the Chief Fisheries Officer, and staff of the Fisheries Division, the CEO of the Discover Dominica Authority, personnel of the Maritime Unit, and representatives of the National Geographic Presidencies, the Dynamic Planet, and Dominica's Global Project. A series of consultations and a review of the proposed legislations were undertaken among key stakeholders such as the water sports operators, maritime units, hoteliers, tour guides, police, coast guard, gas suppliers, Dominica Air and Seaport Authority, the Customs and Excise Department, fisheries cooperatives, and fishermen. The first reading of the bill was held in Parliament on June 24, 2025, and it was recommended that the bill be delayed for further public consultations to address concerns raised by operators. Thus, a national consultation was held on July 3, 2025, and the proposed amendments were finalized with a core group of participants on July 11, 2025. The bill before the House today seeks to establish a sperm whale reserve in the Commonwealth of Dominica and to make provisions for the management of the reserve and other related matters. The Sperm Whale Reserve Bill contains 43 clauses. Clauses 1 and 2 provide for the short title and define the keywords respectively, and clause 3 specifies the application of the Act to Dominica's maritime zones and terms used in the bill. In Part 2, Clause 4 of the Act establishes the Sperm Whale Reserve. The reserve spans 923.3 square kilometers, inclusive of an area of 143.4 square kilometers, part of our exclusive economic zone. So the majority of the reserve is contained within our territorial sea. Notwithstanding the defined boundaries, the Minister, in consultation with the Sperm Whale Reserve Board, the Fisheries Advisory Committee, and the Minister responsible for maritime affairs, is empowered by Section 5 of the Act to change the boundaries of the reserve. Part 3, comprising sections clauses 6 to 8, outlines the arrangements of the governance and management of the Sperm Whale Reserve, which should be carried out by the Sperm Whale Reserve Board. Section 6 states the composition of the board, while its functions are listed in Clause 7. Mr. Speaker, a critical component of this bill is the establishment of a Sperm Whale Reserve Fund in Clause 8. This fund shall consist of monies from fixed penalties for breach of certain provisions, funds appropriated by Parliament, grant funds, philanthropic donations, and royalties accrued from activities performed in accordance with the Act. Monies received from the magistrate court in respect of fixed penalties or breaches of any provision of the Act shall be held on trust by the Financial Secretary for the benefit of the fund and paid to the fund at the end of each month, which is March, June, September, and December annually. Parts 4, 5, and 6 of the bill, which is clauses 9 to 19, deal with the functions of the Minister with responsibility for maritime affairs, the primary functions of the Minister with responsibility for fisheries, and the administration of the Sperm Whale Reserve. Clause 9 speaks to the consultation which must occur between the Minister for Fisheries and the Minister for Maritime Affairs before establishing additional traffic separation schemes and other necessary measures where the area of the reserve is expanded in accordance with Section 5.1. Clause 10 addresses the designation of a maritime corridor of at least 2 nautical miles in width to facilitate vessel traffic to and from Roseau. So essentially, the corridor is like a road in the sea for vessels. The purpose of the maritime corridor is to conserve the living resources within the reserve, by protecting the sperm whales from vessel strikes, and to reduce pollution within the reserve. So no tourism activity or professional media activity can occur within the maritime corridor, and a permit must first be obtained for any scientific research activity in the corridor as articulated in Section 12. Clause 13 deals with the duties and powers of the minister responsible for fisheries, such as the approval of different permits, consulting the Fisheries Advisory Committee and the board regarding changes to the boundaries of the reserve, and determining the fees payable for permits and site passes in relation to activities permitted under clauses 25, 26, 28, and 29. Mr. Speaker, it is significant to note that to ensure proper administration of the Sperm Whale Reserve, Clause 15 of the bill establishes the Sperm Whale Reserve Office within the ministry responsible for the blue and green economy, which shall consist of a chief whale officer, at least 4 reserve rangers, and other persons necessary to give effect to the Act. Clauses 16 speak to the functions of the Sperm Whale Reserve Office, which is primarily to implement the management plan for the reserve, while Clause 17 outlines the functions of the Chief Will Officer. His functions include issuing tickets to person he has reasons to believe have committed an offense under the Act, keeping accounts of financial transactions related to the fund, supervising the employees of the Reserve Office, and the overall day-to-day management of the Reserve. The Chief Will Officer is also to prepare a Reserve Management Plan in consultation with the Minister, and this is provided for in Clause 18. The Reserve Rangers assist the Chief Will Officer and the specific functions outlined in Clause 19. Mr. Speaker, Part 7, Clauses 20 to 29 detail the specific action the government is taking for the protection of sperm whales. As we continue to initiate publicly, we must take firm action to regulate the maritime, fisheries, and tourism activities in the interest of protecting the sperm whales. Clause 20 deals with the protection of sperm whales in maritime zone. It is prohibited to domesticate, fish, gather, habituate, harass, hunt, possess, remove, or trade a sperm whale or any other cetacean or products and parts derived therefrom within the maritime zones of Dominica. Contravention may result in a fine of $500,000 or 10 years imprisonment. However, the Minister may grant permission for any of the stated activity, but only for the purpose of conducting scientific research. Just as in the maritime corridor, tourism activities and professional media activities are prohibited. Clause 21 mandates any person who becomes aware of specific activity contrary to the Act anywhere within the maritime zone of Dominica to immediately notify the Reserve Office. Contravention may result in a fine of $10,000 or 10 years imprisonment. Clause 22 lists various activities which will be prohibited within the reserve, some of which include approaching a cetacean or engaging in a swim with the whales activity while the cetacean is not seen or birthing. Approaching a cetacean where the cetacean is or shows signs of becoming alarmed or disturbed, including where the cetacean exhibits prolonged diving or evasive swimming patterns, rapidly changes direction or speed, or splashes its tail in a side-to-side motion. Attaching a camera, any other media device or tag, except for a non-invasive tag placed on a sperm whale or any other cetacean as part of a scientific research activity being conducted under valid permit, and causing a cetacean to be separated from a group of other cetaceans or causing any members of the group to be scattered except for the safety, security, or health of the cetacean. Clause 23 mandates the certification of tourism operators carrying out activities in the reserve and the requirement for them to hold valid license and permit. It further creates an offense punishable by a fixed penalty for anyone to prevent a ranger from inspecting the certificates, license, and permits of any tourism operator. Clause 25 regulates swim with the whales activities in the reserve and prohibits more than 2 tourism operators from engaging in swim with the whale activities with a sperm whale or any other cetacean at the same time. The minister can limit the number of permits issued to conduct swim with the whale activities, and he can also allow permits to be transferred to other individuals. Persons who engage in swim with the whale activity must share copies of all media data collected during the activity with the Chief Will Officer. Clause 26 provides for the issuance of site passes by the Chief Will Officer to engage in whale working activities, and the Minister can similarly limit the number of site passes issued during any specific time. Clause 27 requires the Minister to consider the well-being and protection of sperm whales and other cetacean from incidents of harassment when setting the number of vessels allowed to conduct boat-based whale working activities at the same time within the reserve. Clause 28 regulates scientific research activities within the reserve, which must be conducted in accordance with a permit issued under Section 23 of the Fisheries Act and any other required permits or certificates. And Clause 29 regulates professional media activities within the reserve. It is prohibited for more than 2 vessels to engage in professional media activities within the reserve at the same time. The reserve office must consult the board before issuing permits to persons wishing to conduct professional media activities within the reserve. Professional media activity cannot be conducted within the reserve unless a reserve ranger or officer from the ministry responsible for tourism inspects the vessels being used for the professional media activity. A reserve ranger or officer from the ministry responsible for tourism may remain on any vessel being used for professional media activity. Any person who conducts professional media activity in the reserve must implement knowledge transfer. Clause 30 to 42 include provisions for penalties for breach of the provisions of the Act and empower the police force, the Chief Will Officer, and reserve rangers to enforce the provisions of the Act. So the Chief Will Officer and his rangers may arrest any person who contravenes provision of the Act, report breach to the police force, seize any products intended to be used in commission of any offense under the Act, and without a warrant, stop, board, and search vessel suspected of committing or has committed an offense. Mr. Speaker, this bill marks a historic milestone in our nation's journey toward marine conservation and sustainable development. It formally establishes Dominica's Sperm Whale Reserve and lays the legislative foundation for its effective governance, stewardship, and protection. More than a conservation measure, this bill is a clear demonstration of Dominica's unwavering commitment to the long-term sustainability of our resident sperm whale population, a globally significant and majestic species that calls our waters home. It also reflects this government's broader vision and strategic thrust towards building a resilient and inclusive blue economy where the protection of marine biodiversity goes hand in hand with sustainable livelihoods and national pride. Mr. Speaker, through this bill, we affirm our role as responsible custodians of the ocean for the benefit of present and future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator Victor, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my contribution to the bill before this House titled Sperm Whale Reserve Act 2025. Permission to refer to my notes, please.
Permission granted.
To begin, I must affirm that I am in full support, 100%, of a sperm whale reserve. A reserve for Dominica and not one of pristine seas. A reserve found around protecting our iconic whales while fully benefiting the local economy.
I fully agree to this initiative with the intent to protect our iconic sperm whales and to position Dominica as a leader in ocean conservation. Mr. Speaker, when I saw this bill in preparation of June 24th Parliament, I was excited. With my history of working with a sperm whale company, still up to this day, going a lot of whale watching excursions, doing the whale excursions, I still do that up to this day. I was very excited. I was more excited when only the first reading was done on June 24th, hoping that more consultations and research was done. Only to find out the same bill is back. The little changes and nothing is the same, in my opinion. So, Mr. Speaker, while reading this bill, I know you say don't ask questions, but a few questions popped up. What was the extent of research done, both on the whales and industry itself?
So, I'm going to, because you have prepared maybe so intensely, I'm going to allow you to ask your questions. But Senator Paris and now also Senator Laurie Victor, now you understand why in this case, all the questions could be asked because we just had a first reading. You see, so we had plenty time to ask the questions. By going to allow you to proceed for today, as I said, I will hold back on any ruling in regards to that, and we'll deal with it in the future. So I'll permit you to proceed.
Noted, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Were consultations actually done with the people who have been in these industries for decades? If yes, did we even listen to them? Who are the main beneficiaries of this reserve? Mr. Speaker, in my presentation today, I'm going to highlight a few quick key points while giving a few lessons on the sperm whales. Co-management and not command and control. The governing board should consist of more operators. As seen in this bill, the board will consist of one local operator who is to be chosen by the minister, 2 scientists along with a few government officials. So yeah, I will ask again, who are the main beneficiaries of this reserve? In my opinion, it appears to be the foreign scientists and not our local operators. I hope I am wrong. Our reserve should be ours. The people of Dominica should be the head and not the tail. Now, down to schooling, swimming with the whales. The swimming with the whale activity is one of our top products in the whale watching industry. In the act, it implies that only foreign researchers are competent to film the birthing of a calf. Here we see again, in this act, the foreign scientists are the main beneficiary, and it should not be. The act also mentions that swimming with nursing mothers should be prohibited. Mr. Speaker, if the proper research was done, we would know that mostly all our whales in Dominica are either nursing or pregnant. You want to know why? Because the male only visit our waters to mate and go, hit and run. They come, they do what they do, and they go. They don't stay there. So we are basically crippling the swimming of the whale part of the whale watching industry. With that act, we are crippling the tourism part of swimming with the whale. I hope you pick that up, Honorable Minister of Tourism. Habituation of sperm whales. In the act, it states that it is prohibited to habituate sperm whales. Mr. Speaker, our whales are already habituated. Habituation occurs when wild animals become accustomed to frequent human interaction, particularly close, repetitive, and intimate encounters such as swimming with the whale activity. That's something that we're already doing, swimming with the whales. Our whales are already habituated. Many of the whales who are already habituated have been here since 2000, as far back as 2000, and they are still the star of the show today. They are still here, interacting with people. We have science already went on an excursion with a scientist that went to the swim with the whale. It happened, so they are already habituated. So prohibiting that is another crippling of the tourism aspect of the sperm whale. We need whales to come to the swimmers and not run away from them. However, in that same act, the minister may grant permission to carry out habituation for the purpose of conducting scientific research. Once again, the scientists, they are the men, we're doing that for them. Apparently, it's for the scientists. Mr. Speaker, the local operators who are already conducting swimming wells cannot habituate, but the scientists who are not familiar with our wells can. Margarita, make that make sense for me, please. Shipping corridors, shipping channels and corridors. Mr. Speaker, the whales are very smart creatures. They hear song from a distance, far distance. That's why most time, I think you guys should take time and really go and do a whale watching excursion because, yeah, most times when a whale is spotted, what the operators usually do, they turn off the engine of the boat. They allocate themselves together with the whale from a distance and they turn off the engine and wait for the whale to come to them. Because whales hear song from a distance. They are very intelligent animals. So they're so frightened, they pose no risk to the whale at all. No risk at all. Reserve boundaries. Doing a whale watching tour and not going out of the reserve is completely impossible. And I am speaking on a tourism aspect of all that. Can you imagine doing a test? You know when they put the little thing in the sea to hear the song of the whale. Imagine doing a test and hearing whales out of Roseau, 1 mile west of Roseau. And you have to tell your paying customers, we cannot go to the whale because of the corridor, the boundaries. So you pay your money, you hear in the whale, but you cannot see it. Mr. Speaker, that is poppycock at its finest. That's poppycock. Research is poppycock. Poppycock research. If proper research was done, we would be aware that lots of our whale sightings are in the it's an English word. If proper research was done, we would be aware that lots of our whale sightings are in the corridor from shore and is the best place to conduct whale watching. The whales are usually closer to shore because of the calmness of the water. When it's further out, the sea is rough, you won't really find them there. You'll find them closer to shore because of the calmness. So once again, what are we benefiting? I don't know. Training for new entrants. The whale watching industry should not be a wash your foot and come situation. With the rising demand for whale watching activities and swimming with the whales, it is customary that everyone, hotel owners especially, will want to carry out their own tours. The whales are wild, intelligent animals, and unregulated human contact will risk disturbed behavior, feeding, etc. The manner of which we approach a whale, if you're not trained, if you're not used to doing the tours, all that can change the habits of the whale because they're already habituated, they're already used to what's already been done. So I have no issues with newcomers in the whale watching industry. However, intense training must be done prior. Mr. Speaker, these are a few points I highlighted regarding the Summary Reserve. I wish to reaffirm that I am in full support of the protection of Dominica's natural heritage and the creation of the Sperm Whale Reserve. But I must be clear when I say that true conservation must be inclusive. It must be guided not just by science, but by the voices of our people. The tour operators, fishermen, coastal residents, and Dominican scientists who live and work alongside the ocean every day. Let us not noble goals to become careless acts. Let us build a marine reserve that respects both the animals and the people who share these waters. Mr. Speaker, I urge everyone here today to take the time and go on a whale watching excursion. Learn about the whale forefront. learn about the tourism aspect of it, because clearly tourism was not given priority when this act was being created. That's my opinion. I stand by it. Tourism was not given priority when this act was created. So I urge all bills can be amended. I urge that somewhere down the line, I know the eyes have it, I can stay there and talk from here till December, it will still pass today. I don't have much to say. But what I can say, amendments can be made, and I hope somewhere down the line, we amend this to actually benefit the tourism industry and not just the foreign scientists.
Yes, Honorable Defoe, you are recognized, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think you have already granted me permission to move, so I have taken it for granted.
Yes, no, not to take it for granted, go through the process. So you have to ask.
Yes.
Yeah, so permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, I had planned, I do not know what time of day I would have spoken on this matter, so be it morning, afternoon, or evening, but I had planned for it to be my day. And I was very excited by, and see my time, Mr. Speaker, all silk with the wheel on it. I came prepared, Mr. Speaker. But of course, I know this is a very important matter, and I had prepared a wonderful address, and because I'm out of my usual character, I wanted my delivery today on this bill to be very structured. But because we have a very good working relationship with my colleague, the member from Cottage, and he was able to give a lot of the technical aspect of the bill, breaking down, because this bill consists of 11 parts, Mr. Speaker, 43 clauses, and the 4 schedules. So it is quite an elaborate bill that covers all aspects. So listening to the member from Salisbury, the senator, my friend, I was kind of very confused. But then again, I've heard these points before, and I know it comes from a confused individual. So therefore, I was not surprised that she herself was very contradictory in a lot of the things that she's saying, knowing where the source of information is from. And many of the things that she has mentioned that she would like to be addressed are addressed, was addressed. And but the principal advisor is never present in discussions, but seek to make comments outside of official consultations. So henceforth, I can understand why, and I forgive her. Mr. Speaker, on June 24th, 2025, the honorable member from Cottage had the first reading of this bill. And upon then, we heard that there were several members in the industry, in the water sports, and those who care otherwise had concerns. And as a prudent government, this Dominican Labour government, Mr. Speaker, we thought that we'd just go through the first reading and provide more than ample time post the first reading to do additional consultation in addition to the excessive consultations that were done throughout 2 years, Mr. Speaker, excessively with the people engaged in the water sport industry, with the scientific community, with students, with communities, extensive, and I wish I had brought the list of consultations, which is exhaustive, at all stages of development of this bill, Mr. Speaker. And I heard, to begin with the reference from the senator from Salisbury, started with saying she hopes that it's not Christine Seed. I'm very shocked because this bill, the entire process was carried by our very own, Mr. Speaker, a task force from inception was developed with competencies across the ministries, maritime, fisheries, tourism, the Office of the Attorney General, across all of the ministries which has a grounded interest in this bill, in addition to our international partners who provide, like the ELI Institute, Environmental Law Institute, who provide the legal expertise and support, along with Pristine Seas, who provide expertise and support, the National Geographic. So to label one of these individuals as if the idea was from them, these roles of these individuals, to me, Mr. Speaker, in the scheme of what this process went through, was minute. This action was carried forth wholly and truly 90% of the work by our own local task force. And I have just told you the level of competencies across the ministries that led this process. So, Mr. Speaker, going back to June 24th, we took already first reading. And we went back to meet all of the stakeholders. And the idea that at the time, there were so many things in the bill that was people who were against and contrary. We found that to be quite the opposite, Mr. Speaker. In our post-consultation at the parish hall and with smaller groupings, the water sport people, the people who are out there, all of them I know personally, all of them were present. We came out with about 4 major, I wouldn't say major, 4 areas where we had consensus on, and then these changes were made, and these are the amendments that went through. And I will go through all of them, Mr. Speaker, and I think I will sort of navigate around the intention I had of how I was going to deliver this address because of these questions that have come up. The first of which being the size of the reserve. Can you believe the original size of the reserve, Mr. Speaker, was 923.3 kilometers square. Now, you would think that the so-called stakeholders that are not involved, when you meet them, they're going to say, no, boy, that is too large. What happened, Mr. Speaker? The major stakeholders, the water sports operators, told us, the government, that we were not protecting enough ocean. And therefore, they recommended an additional area past the territorial sea, which goes up to 12 nautical miles. And therefore, we have extended the reserve up to 16 nautical miles. We've given a change in the area of now 1,231 kilometers square, over 300 kilometers square of waters additional. Do you know what 300 kilometers square is, Mr. Speaker? Because even this Sufrias Cotzhead Marine Reserve, the only marine reserve we had prior to this proposal, is just about 5 kilometers square. And the operators, the stakeholders, have added an additional 300 plus kilometers square, so now the total size is 1,231 kilometers square. And I thank them very graciously for that, Mr. Speaker, because they have done more than we even anticipated. So what have we added? We have added, so before in the entire reserve that is proposed, operators could do tourism activities throughout the whole reserve. And they told us, no, there must be an area where we cannot go. So we have added, with their proposal, their direct intervention, an area now in the reserve which is now a full sanctuary, an area where no tourist activities can occur, which is 12 to 16 miles, that they proposed. So the principal advisor of my friend, he is never there. So the second amendment, Mr. Speaker, that we made, again with full consultation of the people who were there, Mr. Speaker, is within the entire reserve, there was a restriction that a vessel could move at only 10 knots. Well, I do not know how much of us are familiar with navigating and so on to know what that speed is like. But 10 knots really is not so much. It's sort of a slow speed. And one of the recommendations that they come up with is that, you know, if they have to travel from Portsmouth to Scottshead at 10 knots, it will take them a very long time. And then we understood the argument, we had back and forth, and therefore, in looking at what they were saying, we had removed the 10 knots restriction on the entire reserve and now restricted 10 knots to if you are approaching the animals out at about 50 meters. Okay, so these are compromises that we did with the industry to enhance their business, to enhance the product that they're offering for their guests so that they can get more out of a day than what was previously envisioned. And we thought that this area of compromise was fine, and we agreed with them, and we made the necessary adjustment. The next major area was the senator said that the board is dominated by scientists. Mr. Speaker, one of the main amendments again that is made in this proposal is there were only 2 members from the academic institutions. Now, I do not know why people think when you say academic institution means overseas people. And she conducted it herself because she said they are local scientists. But I know, I mean, yeah, you can be self-taught, you can have a certificate from somewhere, but whoever you define as a scientist, that's fine. I will not look at what is the matriculations that makes up our scientists or the criteria. But the notion that people have in their head that because in the actors on the board has an academic institution automatically means overseas people. So therefore what we did, Mr. Speaker, again in consensus and listening to the operators, we have reduced the 2 members on the board to now 1. So now it is represented by 1 academic institution. Okay? So the senator was not even aware of this amendment. So what she was worrying about. And the fourth and major one, Mr. Speaker, is that what we did, we recognize there are aspects of the bill, once it is passed in Parliament, sometimes might come into effect immediately. And that the operators currently would not have the time to make the necessary adjustment. Because when this bill is passed, a lot of operators have to put themselves in order. And that is what some of the people is fighting, those who are advising against, because they do not want to be in order. Because once the bill is passed, you are dealing with high-end clients, you are dealing with tourists, so there is liability involved, Mr. Speaker. Once you deal with tourists, even on land, people going on tour, I am sure they have liability. I'm not so familiar with the activities on land, but all our people who operate in the marine environment, we ensure that they have some level of limited liability for their tourists and their guests. So in this proposal, once the act is passed, operators who wishing to conduct activities out in the ocean, be it swimming in whales or be it whale watching, has to have some level of liability. And not just that, they need to follow they need to have certain standards based on their vessel in terms of safety, inspections, and also there are certain guidelines and protocol that they will have to follow when dealing with these sensitive and majestic creatures, Mr. Speaker, which are the sperm whales, or for those of us who like science, Phecita macrophysalis is the scientific name, Mr. Speaker. And this majestic animal is world-renowned. For those of us who know about Moby Dick, and like the story of Moby Dick, Herman Melville's novel, the whale in that story was a sperm whale, Mr. Speaker, a white one. I don't know if you have a white one, but the one in Moby Dick was a white one. And those of us who know about Moby Dick should know about Captain Ahab and what amount of trouble that sperm whale gave him. So, Mr. Speaker, that is why we want our boat captains, our operators, well equipped. And the third consideration, the final consideration that we took, which comes is in terms of timing of some of the aspects of the. So we put in a clause now to give the minister the power to effect the timing of certain aspects of the bill. So a critical example would be in the standards of the vessels that we're going to have operating. They need to have what we call AIS, Automatic Identification System, which is a requirement by IMO, the International Maritime Organization, for a lot of vessels, so that you, the authority, the regulator, can know at any time where a vessel is located. so we can know if they are doing whale watching or so many whales in the sanctuary where they should not be. But we recognize, Mr. Speaker, that these technologies something can be expensive. And the local operators may not be able to afford it immediately, or they need time to learn the system, to get accustomed to how the system works. Also, we recognize that we on the regulatory side, Mr. Speaker, will also need some time ourselves to acquire the system because we have to monitor. And we need people who are trained on how to monitor. So therefore, regulations will be made post the bill, and I hope that it will be passed and become an act. So post this bill so that we can give the appropriate amount of time that it would take for these individuals to train, acquire the system, whether we help them as the regulator to acquire the system or whatever mechanism it is that. So these were the major things that came up, Mr. Speaker, from the operators, from the stakeholders, contrary to what people were saying. Because most of the things people were talking about had nothing to do with the bill. Were things totally outside of the bill, were hypothetical things, were superficial things, were theoretical things, and it was not. So this is what we learned. We thought that people had issues to do with the bill, only to find out that these were just the areas of the bill that, the operators, and not all of them are operators, and other people with vested interest in the tourism industry. Now, Mr. Speaker, the link, I heard that the tourism people are left behind in this bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill only is for almost the tourism industry. And I was even a little bit surprised and panicking a bit because it is a sperm whale reserve. But I find a reserve making it conducive and creating so much environment for commercial activity to take place, for tourism activity to take place, that would almost lose the semblance of the reserve itself. So thanks to the stakeholders who brought in the sanctuary. So now I'm hearing that this is not a bill for tourism. And when I was over concerned that there was too much tourism in the bill, because all of the operators who are in this bill, and Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you know about the type of charges. These guys charge per charter. This is not like a bus hire to go Portsmouth for $400. I will not put the people business outside. But in addition to the type of clientele, so if I were to put this into context, Mr. Speaker, and I have also told the member of Soufriere that our ministry should really get some level of revenue from their ministry. They should put a head for us in their budget. Because recently we saw an issue from the WTT, the World Tourism Organization, there are many of them, World Travel Tour, something like that, which indicated the level of increase in terms of tourism arrival and how tourism was growing in a few countries. And listed Dominica growing by 7-point-something%, at one of the highest in the region, Mr. Speaker. But I want them, really, my counterpart ministry, to improve on the data so that they can tell us how many of this growth is related to the environment. And I suspect, Mr. Speaker, no matter how much more cruise ships we say come in, that more than 50% of the growth is from high-end clientele, tourists, who is coming to Dominica strictly for the purpose of swimming whales, whale watching, and dive tourism. High-end clientele stay over 2 weeks, 1 week, spending tremendous amount of money in the local industry, Mr. Speaker. So this is really who this bill. But what we have to do is to remove the vile, or we say, uncontrollable situations there, unregulated aspects. We have to come up with this bill because we have to demonstrate to the world, Mr. Speaker, that the blue economy, by definitions, means leveraging the marine environment for your own economic benefit. But the second part of this definition is that whatever economic benefit you leverage or you improve by using this blue space, it has to be done in a sustainable manner. And last time the member from Salibia was at the Buckingham Palace. I told you, and he told me, so this is why I can tell you, that the king bypassed everybody and came to him and asked him, how is this sperm whale reserve going in Dominica? When is it going to be passed? Mr. Speaker, I just saw one of the world premier ocean magazine. It's called Oceanographic. And Mr. David Attenborough, anybody who knows about natural sciences, the world best narrator in the world in explaining things in terms of natural science. Issue 43, please go and look at it. You have to pay 10 pounds, but go and check it out. He has listed, he has now included in his theme of this week, and he's talking about the marvel of the sperm whales in Dominica, and praising Dominica for the actions. Praising Dominica for the actions that they are taking for this majestic creature, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those who are concerned about the fishing industry need not be, because in developing this bill, we looked at the fishers of Dominica in a special lens. So therefore, there is nowhere in these reserves that inhibits or affects any fisher in any way whatsoever. So in terms of traversing through the sperm whale reserve, in terms of his fishing activities, so we made it, we were we looked very closely at ensuring that our local artisanal fishers were in no way, shape or form affected or impacted by this bill. Because I have heard people talking about fishers. In any way, shape or form, they are exempt from any of the rules, okay? Because they are the ones who were originally in the space, and we wanted to make sure that they were not disenfranchised, Mr. Speaker. So, the world is looking at us, Mr. Speaker. There are many countries looking to emulate what we're doing. You heard the Honorable, the member from Cottage say, or my colleague minister, that it is time that we put some meaning to the word blue economy and to leverage what we have, the space that we have outside of the traditional sectors, Mr. Speaker, which we know to be our local fishing industry, to an extent shipping, maritime. These are the traditional areas. But to maximize the amount of money we can generate from the resource that we have. And this is non-tax revenue and no-cost revenue. So I'm speaking to in terms of fees, okay? No tax revenue and no cost revenue. So we don't have to bake anything to sell. We don't have to produce anything to sell to make money back. People are just paying us to use the resource. And then you have heard of the board. In every organization, everything you need is a board. So I heard about who the raise is for, because they have a board. But somebody made the mention before when we were speaking about the financial service. This is a voluntary board, Mr. Speaker. So I do not know what was the context of the question in terms of who does the reserve belong to. Because the board is to ensure that the resources that are collected are used for the purpose that was intended in this very bill. And it is very clear, it is very elaborate as to the functions of the board, and Honorable Roy mentioned that how the money is on the board. So they are put together as a watchdog. So they have a fiduciary responsibility, Mr. Speaker, outside of the Ministry of Finance, which you saw there is some level of responsibility to make resources available. And we are very confident, Mr. Speaker, that the governance of the reserve is self-sustaining, because we know of the revenues that we generate, and we know there are potential to raise much more revenue, not by increasing the amount of activities in the reserve to compromise what we're trying to achieve. But we know that the people who are willing to undertake such activities like swimming whales do not have a problem in paying the proposed fees, Mr. Speaker. And the concern that I hear some people are bringing out about some of the operators, the fees to the state and the operations of the operator are completely separate and different. Mr. Speaker, the response I have been getting from the people who have been coming to Dominica on a yearly basis, and even with the proposed fees that are being increased, I myself have been frightened that the demand for such activities that which this bill is trying to govern and manage is increasing. But Mr. Speaker, we have in this, so instead of we or the minister having to exercise his sole decision and discretion over managing the entire industry, Mr. Speaker, it is well spelled out in this proposed bill as to how and how many permits and how many people will be out at the same time, and also subsequently the final section clause in this bill, which is sections 43, also will give the minister powers to develop regulation for several aspects which is put into the bill. Because as we have said, Mr. Minister, for every type of bill, it is not static. It ought to be dynamic. We will learn things. We will revise things. We may have confront things that we thought would have worked, would not work. And Mr. Speaker, as a government that is very proactive, if we have to will and come again, Mr. Speaker, we will and come again. And we will things will amend things, as we constantly do with all other type of legislation, Mr. Speaker. So I think I want to wind up, Mr. Speaker, and say this is a momentous day for the industry. This is a momentous day for conservation. This is a momentous day for management of marine resources, Mr. Speaker. This is not just about fisheries, of marine resources. And we have a lot more to gain. And this is the beginning of us capitalizing and leveraging the ocean for what we used to call the blue economy. And we have much more to do in the sphere of the blue economy. This is just the beginning. And also, Mr. Speaker, this is the beginning of one of the mandates internationally that we have signed on to. Because by 2030, we have agreed, Dominica and partners in many UN forums, that we would protect at least 30% of Dominica's ocean. So this is a brilliant start, because prior to that, we had only 5%, which was equating to what, something like 0.0001% of Dominica's exclusive economic zone. And I have said before in this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, the land space of Dominica is 754 kilometers square. The ocean space that belongs to Dominica, the exclusive economic zone, is 28,500 plus kilometers square. You can imagine the amount of space that we have to do the various things that we need to do: wave energy, wind energy, perhaps prospecting of mineral mining on the seabed. There are so many other things, Mr. Speaker. So this is the time is now. We are starting here. Very soon to come, you will see other initiatives in terms of additional space of area that we need to provide protection for. We will do what we have to do to build our image, to give meaning to the word of resilient and the nature isle, so that when we say it, so that when my counterpart and them go on their tourism marketing campaign, they can put figures and they can put meaning to what they're saying, and not just saying things. So that when people go on their AI platform to see what they're saying is true, then all of the information will come up. Oh yeah, boy, that is very true. Boy. All of these things exist, Mr. Speaker. So Speaker, I can go on and speak about many other things. But once again, I would just like to say I support this bill wholeheartedly, and I wish I have clarified many other things to the senator. I see she's not present, but she'll probably listening in the room. But there we are good. She will discuss, and I will also take the opportunity to clarify things with her one-on-one, Mr. Speaker. So with this very last word, I support this bill wholeheartedly, and I hope the whole entire House support this bill.
Yes, Honorable Pemberton, you may proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it gives me great honor to fully endorse the Sperm Whale Reserve Bill 2025, which in my view is a groundbreaking legislation, a groundbreaking piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I heard the Senator Laurie, I don't remember her last name. Victor? Senator Victor said that she was excited about this legislation, Mr. Speaker. And she went on to say how she was disappointed that it did not factor tourism activities, Mr. Speaker, which was totally incorrect, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable Minister, Julian Defoe, rose to give her the clarification and let her know all the amendments we made post the consultation and the many consultations we've had for over 2 years to bring this bill to this House, Mr. Speaker, she was absent, just like she was in all the consultations, Mr. Speaker. And that is the problem, Mr. Speaker. People come to the House, they speak, to get information, Mr. Speaker, they are outside. They are outside, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, this is an extraordinary step, one that speaks not only to our environmental duty, but to our national identity, Mr. Speaker. Once again, and I say once again, Mr. Speaker, because we were the nation that went, we were the country that went before the United Nations and declared after Hurricane Maria that we would build the first climate resilient nation, Mr. Speaker. And today, Dominica is sending a powerful message to the world that a small island can lead in conservation, sustainability, and climate resilience. I want to truly congratulate Honorable Defoe for his outstanding leadership, Mr. Speaker, in getting this legislation in the House. Honorable Roye, Ms. Nawana Shillingford, the Maritime Administrator, the PS, former PS, Valmont, I think the former PS, Severin, institutions like SETI and National Geographic, and our committed stakeholders who ensured that this legislation achieved two purposes: protect our sperm whales and create a world exclusive tourism product, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill recognizes that the same ocean which sustains our people through fishing, tourism, and trade is also home to the majestic sperm whales. They are our marine citizens. They are part of our ecosystem, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I understand when she spoke about the connections, because when you speak to the tour operators, even Ms. Barron, Defoe's sister, you can tell the personal relationships with the whales, Mr. Speaker. So we know that they have developed personal friendships over time, and they have their own way of communicating with the whales, Mr. Speaker. But it is important that every Dominican and visitor understand that the ocean is their home. Mr. Speaker, how would you feel if every time you come out on your porch for a little fresh air, there are tons of people waiting to swim with you or take pictures, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, you'll feel harassed. You may feel like changing your location and move to Zion, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, by establishing the World Sanctuary, we're ensuring that our whales have a safe haven, protecting their breeding and feeding grounds. And I am depending on the reserve rangers who will be engaged to enforce regulations and tour operators to respect the laws governing the reserve, Mr. Speaker. But if there are breaches, Mr. Speaker, as Honorable Roy pointed out, the fines are hefty, Mr. Speaker. And I can promise you, we will have zero tolerance in ensuring that our people follow the rules. Mr. Speaker, she spoke about tourism. In terms of tourism, Dominica is known as the nature island of the Caribbean. But I dare to say that by passing this bill, we have further distinguished ourselves on the world stage as the only destination on earth where visitors can observe, research, and even swim with sperm whales year-round in a responsible and respectable manner, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's a mighty achievement. We are demonstrating to the world that our nature is more than just our destination. It is who we are. We have our marine reserves, like the Sufres Cosset Marine Reserve, Mr. Speaker. We have our forest reserves, and now we are establishing a new marine reserve, Mr. Speaker, the Sperm Whale Reserve, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we have been welcoming many guests to our shores for swimming in the whales. And as Honorable Defoe was afraid to say, the tour operators in Dominica make a good change, Mr. Speaker. It's a very lucrative business, Mr. Speaker. I just hope they pay their taxes, Mr. Speaker. They have to file their taxes and pay, you know, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we have to sit down and calculate the annual income of a tour operator in that industry, Mr. Speaker, it's a lot of money, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, with the passage of this bill, we expect more and more visitors, especially high-end clientele that are willing to pay for this exclusivity, Mr. Speaker. There are people that want to pay for it, and they don't care how much money, Mr. Speaker, because they have the money, and they just want the experience. So, Mr. Speaker, this unique experience will only be found here in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. No other Caribbean island can offer it. So I'm not worried about a decrease in tourism activity, Mr. Speaker. Let it decrease, Mr. Speaker, but let the revenue and the value increase, Mr. Speaker, because that is what it's about, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, exactly, that's it, quality. So, Mr. Speaker, in Dominica, we have unique experiences. We have our boiling lake, we have our rivers, we have the longest hiking trail in the Caribbean, our numerous waterfalls, hot springs, Mr. Speaker. What does all this mean in the establishment of the sperm reserve, Mr. Speaker? It will mean more money circulating in the economy, more diversity, Mr. Speaker, in our tourism product, Mr. Speaker. Tour operators, taxi, the accommodation sector, Mr. Speaker, vendors, food, Mr. Speaker. So our occupancy rates in the hotels can go up, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Dominica was recently named the Caribbean Leading Nature Destination 2025 by World Tourism Organization. And we're expecting many awards this year for our dive product, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, Dominica's future is bright. Our tourism product, our tourism industry is growing, Mr. Speaker. To date, our stay over arrivals is 10% over last year, 2024, Mr. Speaker. And remember, we said 2024 is the best performing ever, and we are 10% ahead. So we're well on our way to achieve 100,000 stay-over visitors, Mr. Speaker, by the end of the year. So, Mr. Speaker, I must commend my team at Discover Dominica Authority, Dominica Festivals Commission, the staff at the Ministry of Tourism, and our fantastic stakeholders who continue to selflessly promote our country. We are getting ready to launch a new marketing campaign. I cannot share any details. So I hope that now we can finally boast of having established the first sperm whale reserve in the world. This will help strengthen our campaign and help reduce the confusion between Dominica and Dominican Republic, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if that doesn't work, I will have to agree with the member from the Kalinago territory. Let us rename Dominica Waitikubuli, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Defoe spoke of the establishment of the Sperm Whale Reserve Board. I don't need to go over that, which will have representatives from tourism, fisheries, environment, finance, maritime, and academia, as he said. Mr. Speaker, he also gave information, I think Honorable Royan before spoke about this, the creation of a Sperm Whale Reserve Fund which will be well managed, Mr. Speaker, independent fund. So it's not going in the consolidated funds or the treasury purse, Mr. Speaker. I know that was a concern that came on, so I want people to understand very clearly that if the independent fund has been created that will be managed, Mr. Speaker, by a board. And Mr. Speaker, that is just to ensure that there's continuing education, conservation, and reinvestment in the reserve, Mr. Speaker, and enforcement of the laws, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as Honorable Defoe said, this whale reserve creates new jobs in the blue economy, Mr. Speaker. And apart from the chief whaling officers, the reserve rangers, and other officers we will need to help us to manage the reserve, Mr. Speaker, I'm certain it will create other opportunities for new tour operators and other businesses, Mr. Speaker, to provide complimentary services for the new, exactly, for visitors coming to Dominica. Mr. Speaker, the rangers will oversee daily operations, they will issue permits and enforce regulations as was stated. These officers will also be empowered to board vessels, issue penalties, and conduct digital monitoring. They will have the same powers as special constables, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to highlight, it will not be an offense to harass, chase, feed, separate whales from their calves, or to operate vessels at unsafe speeds within the reserve. Discharge of waste or pollution will attract heavy penalties up to $500,000 or 10 years imprisonment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, however, despite how solid this bill is, for it to be truly effective, it will require our personal responsibility as a people. In the Soufriere constituency, we have the Soufriere Scots and Marine Reserve, and the reason why it's been able to function so effectively is because of the cooperation of everyone, the fishers, the stakeholders, and the tour operators who operate in that marine space, Mr. Speaker. I believe that every student must be educated on this bill, and we have to continue the public education, especially in coastal communities, because as Honorable Defoe stated correctly, it will not affect fishing activities within the reserve, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, we have a responsibility as a people to understand that we have to protect the reserve, and one key way each of us can contribute to that is how we dispose of waste, Mr. Speaker, especially plastics and plastic bottles, Mr. Speaker. We have to get more serious if we want to earn more from the blue economy and also for food security purposes, Mr. Speaker. We need to sustain our fishing industry. We have far more to gain by reducing pollution, recycling, and being good stewards of the environment. Mr. Speaker, as I close, let me say, today is a day of celebration, Mr. Speaker. It is a proud day for Dominica, a living testament to our national motto, Acque Baudier, c'est la terre, Mr. Speaker. After God is the earth, and certainly adds to our pride as a people as we celebrate our 47th, the earth, the sea, everything, the natural environment. And certainly adds to our pride as a people as we celebrate our 47th independence, that our small nation continues to show vision, courage, and commitment to our planet, Mr. Speaker. This Dominica Labour government, led by our visionary Prime Minister, has been good stewards of this beautiful land. And as we get ready to host the biggest festival, the World Choral Music Festival, 25th edition, Mr. Speaker. And let me share with you, Mr. Speaker, all flights are booked. All accommodations, Mr. Speaker, are booked. Even the newly opened Ocean Oasis, Mr. Speaker, has no rooms for the festival, Mr. Speaker. They are booked, Mr. Speaker. This beautiful hotel in Lalico Road in Castle Comfort area, Mr. Speaker. The ferries booked, the rentals are all booked, artists booked, bands booked, hairdressers booked, makeup artists, Mr. Speaker. The economic activity that tourism creates in the country, Mr. Speaker, the spillover activities, Mr. Speaker, is tremendous, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let me say to all visitors coming to our shores for the festival or cruise or winter season that Dominica is the premier destination for nature, culture, wellness, and marine adventure, Mr. Speaker. Because Dominica is the nature island of the Caribbean, where nature loves you back. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I fully support the sperm whale reserve bill.
Yes, Honorable Frederick.
Good evening,
You may
everyone.
proceed.
Mr. Speaker, as the Minister responsible for the environment, I want to add a little twist to the conversation here briefly, and to speak about the importance of the sperm whale reserve or sanctuary. So really and truly, apart from the economic gains we'll have having done this reserve, we'll definitely be protecting a critical marine habitat. And so we know for a fact that our ocean is the resident space for this wonderful species. So the establishment of the reserve will, of course, safeguard their breeding, their feeding, and also where they migrate, Mr. Speaker, and it will help to reduce the environmental threats such as ship collisions, underwater noise, etc., Mr. Speaker. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, it will be doing doing a major good to the ocean balance and the conservation of what we call a keystone species. Because really and truly, Mr. Speaker, the sperm whale is a species that is very important to the ocean health because their deep diving patterns, etc., store nutrients on the sea floor, etc., Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, by protecting the whales, Dominica will safeguard the nutrition cycles and also the carbon systems that sustain the marine environment. Mr. Speaker, importantly too, we should have and continue to have a promotion of environmentally responsible ecotourism. And we get hype about the money and making strides and ensuring that everyone gets some dollars out of this, but it's important to do this in a very respectable way. And we can continue to have meaningful, Mr. Speaker, experiences with the marine life and to balance human activity and the ecosystem of the sea. Mr. Speaker, visitors will also gain meaningful experiences, learning about marine ecology and conservation, and the local communities that we spoke about just now will also benefit from the eco-friendly livelihoods that are increasingly tied to the ocean. Mr. Speaker, so sustainable tourism will really not just be an economic asset, but a model of living in balance with nature. And this is an old and very old First Nations, indigenous peoples concept. Mr. Speaker, we know for a fact that within the bill we speak to the advancement of marine science, environmental education, and stewardship. Very important pillars in the bill that we speak about. And definitely the ocean and the space within the reserve will serve as a living classroom for research and for understanding the ocean systems. Mr. Speaker, the scientists study whale communication, migration patterns, social structures. All of this depend on the knowledge, and to also deepen the global knowledge of the sea and the marine ecology, and how all of this, Mr. Speaker, are interconnected. At the same time, we'll expect that local schools, youth programs, and all those will serve to ensure that there will be proper ocean conservation, which is tied into climate resilience, and also proper environmental ethics. Very important, Mr. Speaker, because we take all of this for granted, that we have a big ocean, we have wonderful animals in that space, but we also be mindful that we have a part to play as stewards of the land to ensure that that children and the future generations, and like again we say in First Nations, 7 generations down the road will benefit from the work that we do now. Mr. Speaker, I want to close by saying that we have a blue economy vision, and we also have a climate resilient vision, and all of this will tie nicely because we have been saying to the world that we will continue to play our part even if we are a small emitter, even if we have very, very small or almost non-existent carbon footprint, that will continue to do initiatives that can be echoed and can be modeled across the world, Mr. Speaker. And so by protecting the ocean ecosystems on the West Coast, the island will advance our natural defenses against climate change and also reinforce our identity as a leader in sustainable development. And Mr. Speaker, just to tie it briefly with the UN Sustainable Goals, especially SDG 14, life below the water, um, and it anchors Dominica's emerging blue economy in a very sustainable way, Mr. Speaker, adding that to the cultural values that we have, and also really magnifying our environmental integrity. And so it will prove at the end, Mr. Speaker, that conservation and prosperity can really exist together. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Joseph, you may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to rise briefly. Our Blue Economy expert basically gave us all the information that we needed, supported by our Minister of Tourism and Agriculture and Environment. But of course, it would be very remiss of me to not stand and support my colleague. And I just want to say, Honorable Defoe, I love your tie, your whale tie, and congratulations, because all of us know how hard you have worked and for how long you have been advocating for this sperm whale reserve. And Mr. Speaker, while I was doing my research and I was digging into some literature, I found a statement that said, to be the nature isle of the Caribbean is not just a title, it is a sacred responsibility to protect the land, the sea, and all things that make our island a masterpiece of creation. And Mr. Speaker, today I just want to say that I wholeheartedly support this piece of legislation, and I want to congratulate again Honorable Defoe. He is definitely our blue economy expert, and I hope that when he decides to take his leave from this industry, we get someone just as passionate and informative and educated as Honorable Defoe. And I want to tie in our sperm whale reserve with some of the opportunities that are that are available out there or that exist. And this sperm whale reserve represents one of the most significant milestones in our journey toward a fully realized blue economy that we have been advocating for so long. A sector that recognizes the immense value of our ocean resources, not only for conservation, but for innovation, entrepreneurship, and sustainable growth. Mr. Speaker, I wrote down a few points because I'm not an expert like Honorable Defoe, so allow me to occasionally read my notes.
You were doing well, so
Okay.
with permission
So,
granted.
yes. So,
Practice.
Mr. Speaker, this initiative and this bill goes far beyond environmental protection. It is a strategic development policy, one that balances ecological preservation with economic opportunity. And if any one of you in here or listening to us have not had the privilege of either watching or swimming with the whales, we want to encourage you to make an appointment today. There are many tour operators who do whale watching, swimming with the whales, because I can tell you it is definitely a magnificent sight to behold and experience. And through this bill, we established the world's first sperm whale reserve, a global statement that Dominica leads by example in sustainable ocean management. This bill carries profound economic and social implications, especially for our youth, entrepreneurs, tour operators, and coastal communities. As Parliamentary Secretary within the ministry, Mr. Speaker, I have witnessed the vision of Minister Defoe, Minister Roy, and our team at the ministry to ensure that the blue economy becomes not just a theory, but a living, breathing engine of opportunity. This reserve will create a space for ecotourism ventures, research collaborations, and technology-driven marine monitoring. It will encourage youth innovation, support tour operators in offering premium, conservation-centered whale watching and marine experiences, and provide training and employment for Dominicans in monitoring, education, and research support services. Every wave of the ocean, Mr. Speaker, carries with it a potential job, a business idea, or a moment of inspiration for a young or veteran Dominican ready to build something new or expand an existing venture. Mr. Speaker, this bill is perfectly synchronized with the major national developments transforming Dominica's economic landscape. And we can name them: the international airport, the cable car, the geothermal energy, the marina. Mr. Speaker, even the Anzime port, because it has started. Anzime jetty. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is therefore not a standalone initiative, but a pillar of the larger blue and green economy vision, one that ensures every Dominican benefits from the responsible use of our natural resources. As a small island state, Dominica continues to lead globally on climate resilience and environmental diplomacy. And Mr. Speaker, when the world speaks about climate change, they must mention Dominica now. Our forest, our geothermal vision, our marine sanctuaries, our clean energy ambitions, resilient homes, and other infrastructure. The bill demonstrates that we do not wait for the world to act. We act and we invite the world to follow. So, Mr. Speaker, in this chamber, we are making decisions not only for today, but for generations to come. This bill ensures that my children, their children, will inherit not just the stories of whales in Dominican waters, but the living presence of these gentle giants, thriving in safety and freedom. It sends a clear message to the world that Dominica is serious about sustainable development, serious about protecting biodiversity, and serious about creating an economy that values nature as its most precious asset. So, Mr. Speaker, once again in my capacity, I stand in full and unwavering support of this bill. I salute Honorable Minister Defo for his brilliance, humility, and unwavering commitment to this cause. I extend gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Roland Royer, the Attorney General's chambers, the Cabinet Secretariat, technical officers, marine experts, and every stakeholder and partner who contributed to shaping this groundbreaking piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, as I close, I want to mention that this bill is more than a policy. It is purpose. It is a reflection of who we are as Dominicans, a people of resilience, a people of respect for nature, a people who understand that prosperity and preservation can walk hand in hand. As we celebrate 47 years of independence, 47 years of progress and purpose, may we continue to make decisions that protect the heart of the nature isle, both above and below the surface. Let this moment remind us that the ocean does not divide us, it connects us. And through this bill, we ensure that connection between people and planet remains unbroken. Mr. Speaker, once again, I give my full support to the Sperm Whale Reserve Bill, and may God bless the Commonwealth of Dominica and guide us as we protect what truly makes us the nature island of the world.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Henderson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a whale is a mammal. You know, I stand in support of the creation or the establishment of the Sperm Whale Reserve. And I hope the officer will also be named after the title of the bill. Thank you for that, Minister. But I think the Sperm Whale Reserve is a vision that was created through discussions with partners, but more so articulated by the Prime Minister, Roosevelt carried a few years ago. And the basis for the creation of that sperm whale reserve was to ensure that we could protect those mammals, those majestic creatures of the sea, from the abuse, harassment, and to some extent, the destruction of the habitats. So it is more out of a need to protect our sperm whales that this policy was articulated. It was not about making money. It was not out of a need to develop and expand the revenue through tourism and all of that. No, it was a need to protect the whales from harassment. I mean, think about it. Imagine everywhere you turn, somebody was there playing with your head. I mean, it have time for that, and it's nice sometimes. But I'm just thinking, you know, it can move from affection to harassment. And that is what the whales were subjected to. Imagine they're trying to burst asleep and somebody. You know? And nobody in reality, that is what it is. I mean, we have resident sperm whales. And you know, my biggest fear, I think nobody's talking about that. I guess sometimes I think of some weird things. If when they wake up and these whales just go, if they're no longer resident, I mean, they're migratory species by their nature. They move. And I don't know, some of you, well, you're young and you may be not from the West Coast, but some people here are from the West Coast. When I was growing up, I remember it was every summer, the whales were moving. Every summer. You could stay right on the playing field in St. Joe and see the whales moving. I mean, I grew up in a fishing family, so I spent plenty of time in sea, so maybe I'm a little more than some other people. So I'm always thinking that, aren't we risking the danger of harassing the whales so much that they eventually just disappear? It is not impossible. There are no barriers. They don't have to get visa. They don't have to book a flight or a boat or something. They just go. They just swim. It's open seas. And I'm thinking that this is a resource. These things are so beautiful. And we're fortunate because they live here. I watched a documentary once. I was in Toronto and I saw the documentary from a Canadian research group. And that was the first time I understood that we actually had resident sperm whales. That was a few years ago. And they call them by their names, which is another thing it leads me to. Rather than, we need to monetize this. We need little things that tourists like, I swam with the whales and the whales have names. So put their names and make some nice little things. And I don't have creativity in me. I'm not in those artistic things. But people can do those things. Make nice things, little mugs and whatever people buy when they travel. Make some things. Monetize it. Because this is a bragging right. Now, I don't want to be long. I want to get to the main point why I stood up, because I didn't go to Buckingham Palace, Minister Frederick. I still have some thoughts about that. I'll not share them now here. But I met with King Charles in Samoa last year. And when I was introduced to him, Foreign Minister of Dominica, oh, Dominica, what about the sperm whale reserve? Now, this thing has created so much excitement globally, internationally. Reputable organizations and individuals who see this as a huge deal. Well, the thing that came to mind when before I stood up to make my contribution, it reminds me of then Vice President Biden when President Obama passed the Obamacare. Remember what he said to him? This is a huge You know, I can't say that in Parliament. But that's what because this is huge. This is, where's the PM? That's what I'd like to say to him. This is huge. This will captivate, this will get us some attention that can have serious impact on our overall tourism product, on the country, as a responsible country. Nature conservation, sustainable use, protecting, in this case, protecting our sperm whales. This is a huge deal. And I think we need to really celebrate this moment. I want to thank, as I said, the Prime Minister for that big vision. I want to thank Ministers Roe and Defoe for the work that they've done, the Ministry of Tourism and our people at the Maritime Unit, and of course our parliamentary draft, our consultant, you know, my good neighbor, Sir Anthony Laron, for the work that he did in pushing this forward. The Ministry of Legal Affairs, PS, is here, and the staff, parliamentary draftsperson, AG and his staff, for the work that they've done to get us to this, the consultations that were done and the feedback from the operators. And I want to thank Senator Victor for her very passionate presentation, but very informative, very informative. I don't agree with her because, as I said, this is about protecting the whales, not about taking this as expanding some economic benefit out of it. But what I appreciate is that she understands the business. And I love how she says some words there, I like the way she said them, but it's the habituated thing that captivated my attention. And the fact that we've become, they're like family. The whales are Dominicans. And people know them and they play with them and they say hello and they have names and so forth. Anyway, but I still believe we shouldn't harass them. So, you know, we have to understand what is being done here. It may have impact on people's business, but I also believe that it has more opportunities for us overall, Dominica, and we should embrace that. There's some high-end, and the Minister of Tourism spoke about that. And Minister, I know for a fact that last year there was a group of billionaires that were coming just because they wanted this whale experience. Now that we have the reserve, I am sure that it will be even more attractive in marketing whale watching in Dominica, because it's becoming more exclusive in that sense, because it's reserved. There's a reserve, so there's protection and there's an environmental value to it. So I think the value can go up, and as Minister Defoe said, that the tour operators could see even a higher rate, you know, or a higher fee for their services. And I think we need to look at this and manage it properly. I look forward to the establishment of the units, because the unit is going to be very, very important in managing, supervising. But I also believe, and I've said that to ministers as well, we need to bring in more international partners. That I know we had some from the beginning, and they're still here with us. But we need to expand this, because one of the key things is supervision, monitoring. How do we monitor this 28,000 square kilometers, you know, of ocean that we have? And I think we should consider the use of big data, using Google and AI. I know the Chinese have this big initiative where they're actually observing areas, vast areas, and that may be the best way to monitor what happens, because we don't have the resources to monitor what goes on in our waters, especially where we have the reserve. So we may have to now think of creative ways to partner with institutions that have the capacity to use satellite imagery and to use big data, using AI, that we are able now to do some monitoring, some supervision. So this legislation that we will have enacted will be fully enforced, because that is where it's really going to come down to. Are we really enforcing it? So do we have the capacity so to do? And therefore we need to consider how those partnerships can work for us, so that we can use modern technology and ensure that we can supervise and monitor the sperm whale reserve. I am encouraged by the fact that the fishers are not affected, because, you know, that was one of my concerns, Minister. And I'm very happy that we have protected their livelihoods and that we will continue to see more development in that area. So, Mr. Speaker, I am very happy to celebrate. I cannot, unfortunately, express the same excitement as the Minister of Tourism, but I am also, according to a former employee of a ministry, I am very, very excited about this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to conclude the debate on the Sperm Reserve Bill and of course extend my deepest appreciation to all my colleagues who have contributed thoughtfully to today's discussion and debate. This bill, Mr. Speaker, represents more than a legislation. It symbolizes Dominica's unwavering commitment to marine conservation, sustainable livelihoods, and global environmental stewardship and leadership, I must say. The constructive insights from government members have reaffirmed our shared determination to protect this iconic species while unlocking new opportunities for scientific research, marine tourism, and of course, community empowerment. Mr. Speaker, allow me to make special mention of the Honorable Prime Minister, whose visionary leadership and steadfast commitment have made the Sperm Whale Reserve a reality. His passion for climate resilience, biodiversity protection, and sustainable ocean governance has inspired every step of this journey, from initial concept to the comprehensive legislation framework that now stands before this House. I also wish to acknowledge the invaluable contribution of Ambassador Francine Barron, the former CEO of CREED, whose technical guidance and policy coordination were instrumental in advancing this initiative. Our gratitude extends to our international partners, National Geographic's Pristine Seas, the Dynamic Planet, and the Dominica's Sperm Whale Project for this scientific expertise, advocacy, and unwavering collaboration. Together, we have forged a model of partnership that exemplifies what can be achieved when national will meets global science and shared purpose. For this bill, Dominica becomes the first country in the world to establish a marine reserve dedicated specifically to the protection of sperm whales, a milestone that aligns with our vision of building the world's first climate resilient nation. This initiative balances conservation with opportunity, creating a space where whales thrive, scientists learn, local community benefits, and the world takes notice of Dominica's leadership in ocean stewardship. So, Mr. Speaker, as we move to the final passage of this bill, let it be remembered as a statement of who we are as a people, proud custodians of nature, builders of resilience, and advocates for a sustainable future. May this legislation serve as a legacy for generations to come, reaffirming that in Dominica, our blue and green economy is not merely an aspiration. They are the foundation of our national identity and prosperity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This concludes the debate on the bill. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Sperm Whale Reserve Act 2025 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time.
Sperm Whale Reserve Act 2025.
The bill will now stand committed to a committee of the whole House. And I have to report that the bill shortly entitled Sperm Whale Reserve Act 2025 passed the committee stage with several amendments. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Sperm Whale Reserve Act 2025 be read a third time and passed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Sperm Whale Reserve Act 2025 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Sperm Whale Reserve Act 2025.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House be suspended until 8:45. 8:30, Mr. Speaker.
Seconder?
Seconded.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be suspended until 8:30 this evening. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House stands suspended until 8:30 this evening.